The
Speech
roll
off.
call, we'll start with me. I'm Larry Danflis, and we'll go to my left.
Dave Bergasa, so that's dead end. Frank Bergasa, Cincinnati.
D, representing the Z.
Who is that? Is that Key? Who is that?
Derek.
Is that Derek? Derek. Derek. Z.
How do I follow that? I don't even
I never heard it called the Z before. I've heard.
Let's from Toledo. That just sounds so boring.
John McNamara, Akron.
Oh, damn it, I forgot to start the recording. I missed my best line ever in the history of...
Hey, I got it, Derek. No problem.
Chris, all right, Chris.
I started it, so
Missy Strait, Cleveland.
you cover.
Sheila Mowers, Columbus.
Lisa Paget, Dave's wife. I think there's a seat by Keith, or he said.
Melissa McKinney, training manager. Amy Sigurd, budget and data managers.
Sally Nunes, area manager.
Christy Howe, program manager.
Keith Ramel, Dave.
John Daggett, Georgia, the woman on my right, which was gone.
Just to introduce myself, my name is Michelle. I'm the new Assistant Attorney General.
Oh, awesome. What's your last name?
Kazar.
Okay, could you spell that, please?
Sure. Kazar.
Okay, awesome.
AAG, representing the OVRC.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
I'm just going to Christopher.
And this is Christopher Sabin, Secretary, OVRC.
I guess, do we have anybody on the phone that's called in from, let's start with Cleveland, the top.
Do we have the conference online?
Yes.
Anne Marie Mosley, business consultant in Cleveland.
All right.
And that's Mosley, Mosley?
Yes.
Anyone else out of Cleveland?
Mark Messick.
Mark Messick, okay.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, let's do Toledo. Going once. All right, Akron area, Akron Canton. Hi. Anybody else? Zanesville? Anyone from Zanesville today? How about Columbus? Quiet on the phone. Dayton, Ohio. No callers on the line. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay, who is that?
Shepherd.
Scott Shepard, okay.
You all look great today, too.
Ah!
We don't know what you look like.
Yeah, we can't say the same. We don't know.
Anybody else from Dayton area? Okay. Good morning, Nicole.
Nicole, who is it? What's her last name?
Parent.
Parent, okay. Nicole Karen.
Okay, Cincinnati. No one from Cincinnati. All right, good morning, everybody.
Nicole, could you spell your last name, please?
Perrin.
Okay, great. I wasn't sure.
All right, can we start with motions and responses?
Do we have a motion to approve the November,
Oh,
the
thank
January
you.
meeting minutes?
Thank you. That was January?
January.
Yes, sir.
We need to, we'll figure out what I think November and January need to be done minutes, if I'm not mistaken.
Mr. Chair, that's correct. That was not done at the last meeting. I think that it wasn't.
Okay, we need a motion for November's meeting minutes.
Also
also move to accept the November minutes.
I'll second.
Okay, so Annette and Frank?
All right, I guess, any discussion or we'll go into a vote. Frank?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. All right, I just remembered, I don't know where everybody's at. Annette?
Yes.
Derek?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Who's next? Keith?
Yes.
Dave. Yes. It's okay.
Did I skip anybody?
Dave.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Patrick.
Dave, hey Dave.
I'm here. Missed a couple.
Okay, we got Dave, Keith, and me. I say yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, someone also just popped on the phone.
Oh, hey, do you want to say hello, whoever just called in?
Chris Johnson, Columbus.
Okay, Chris Johnson, Columbus.
Morning.
Rupper, good morning.
And then if you guys could please mute your phone, I hear someone's blinker on.
Who's driving out there?
And then, Mr. Chair, Seth just came in.
Okay.
And Yvette. Yvette Shackelford, Seth. Right.
Okay, January's minutes.
I'll make a motion that we accept the January minutes.
I'll second.
All right, now this time it's Frank.
This time it's Frank and Annette. Okay, awesome. This,
Frank.
Yeah.
Annette.
Yes.
I forgot already. Derek.
Yes.
Mark.
Yes.
Dave.
Yes.
Keith.
Yes.
And I'm yes.
that was Dave Paget?
Paget.
Paget, that's what I thought.
Is public comment or announcement? Oh, yeah, thank you. I'm trying to get this. Hey, now we're up for motions and responses.
I think, I thought, I didn't get a chance to look at the January ones. I looked at the November motions and responses last night. Everything was good. There was one that wasn't accepted that had to do with all the chaos being caused by the SCC, so I understand that that changed, and I think we all understand that that's crazy over there.
Everything good with that? Any other comments? No?
So which one, excuse me, but which of the DSCC motions for November was not accepted?
No, of course you're gonna answer.
There were a couple motions for
I think it
DSCC.
had to do with posting something or rearranging something, and then we.
I had to do with the rules.
No, I think the rule one was accepted. This one had to do with posting something or putting something out, and because right after that OVRC meeting, DSCC wanted to do open food, or they did something which I think put everything kind of in limbo over there. So that's why the motion wasn't accepted. I think management's going back and wanted to work with the committee and locally and probably even with us when and if. I think it had to do with them wanting open food and not knowing what direction they were going to go and everything like that. And I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me.
Mr. Chair, I have it right here. Frank Vergasso moved that the machines located on the 3rd and 4th floors of Building 20 at the Defense Supply Center Columbus be posted as site attachments. Annette seconded. Frank, Annette, Derek, and Larry voted yes. Keith and Mark voted no. The motion passed. B, response. B does not adopt the recommendation. Since the OVRC meeting, DSCC has made us aware that they're interested in a full-service cafeteria in Building 20 where these machines and the micro market's located. Due to this new information, the local committee decided to postpone putting the vending from the 3rd and 4th floors out as a site attachment at this time. The 2 floors will still be temped.
All right, thank you, Christine.
And
Thank you. Thanks for the clarification.
And Mr. Chair,
Frank.
Christie, that's where we are still today, correct?
Mr. Chair, they've not really made a decision. They have not put out an RFP. That may or may not be coming. We've been talking to them and with them about FUTA, as well as John and Scott have both been looking at just fake machines, and John also found out about a machine called RoboBurger that cooks burgers right in your machine. So there are some different possibilities, but nothing has been decided by DSCC at this point or us.
RoboBurger.
Mr. Chair,
John?
originally they were supposed to open their own, they were supposed to themselves open the cafeteria at the beginning of March. That never happened, of course. And now they're saying at the end of August, they're planning to have it open.
Mr. Chair, DSCC there is an issue surrounding it regarding Mark Kasmer having been awarded Facility 487, and the local committee, we've decided to allow him a certain leniency before he is forced to make a decision because of everything being in flux the way that it is currently. But there's some people that have raised issues here recently, and I at some point today would like to make that an issue of discussion with the full committee to help guide the local committee making a decision as to when we should ask Mark to actually make this decision, because eventually it does have to be made.
Sally might have something on that. No?
At this point, I know Mark was going to have further discussion and wait until he was able to give me a final answer.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Yeah, sounds good. Anything else? Or do we have to, we got anything on the January motion? Everything's good? Cool. All right, we're at public comment. I know Nicole Perrin had something to say from Dayton. Nicole, you out there?
Yes, I am.
Let's go ahead.
Okay, so what I would like to bring forward is that the old inventory that I had was 698. I've been trying to get this resolved for probably more than 6 months. I'm now running 834, and I was wanting for the 698 inventory that I had for that to be wiped away or lowered, because at the time, when they said we would revisit this, that actually we would revisit to talk about it. He never was ready to resume and talk about it. And also, too, I was not able to go into the base because the base was shut down. So I wasn't able to go into the base and see what I did with it. And I just want that to be, you know, I've been trying to get this resolved for a while. I just want that to be, you know, the 698, you know, to be white clean or whatever we can do about that.
That was right, Pat, during COVID?
Yes.
Can I say something?
Please.
Nicole, and not everyone's aware of what you're speaking about. I would assume, she lost all of her, she lost most of her inventory, just like all of her inventory, like all of us. During the pandemic, she was a new operator. Nicole, when did you come into the program?
I started right back July 3rd of 2019.
Okay, so she's a pretty new operator, taking on this when the pandemic hit. Like all of us, she took a loss. They could, again, like she said, she could not get onto the base to do an accurate count. But and so she was told to estimate. I talked to the a consultant. Scott could probably give you all the background. Scott, are you on?
I am here.
Can you give us the background on that?
We were required to have operators report only losses that they could actually prove. She was locked out at base. They weren't allowing anybody along except essential personnel for the first 2 months of COVID. And by the time that she got back on base 3 months later, her sales had fallen from 15 grand a month to, for the first 3 months of COVID, to $2,000 a month. And we had no, it was all undocumented losses. We were never asked to estimate anything. We were only allowed to provide documented losses, which I believe came out of her storeroom. And that's where we're at.
Mr. Chair.
I was on the understanding we would revisit this, and that never occurred.
Mr. Chair. can I-
Yes, please.
So there has been a lot of internal conversation, and unfortunately, and we have a solution, but we've done a poor job communicating that to Nicole, and there's been all these little conversations, and there was some methodology, and again, I think that what we did was we tried to go back, and Scott did, on estimating the losses at the time. We still don't think the complete inventory needs to be wiped out, but instead of owing, and I don't have the exact figures right here, 6,200, I think that it was around, we're finding it right now. And Scott, explain how you came up with your methodology on determining what we should be able to reduce that with based off of your methodology. Can you explain that?
I just looked at her cost of goods that she was running, and then the loss of the sales on average was about $13,000 a month. That 13 grand, I applied her cost of goods, and that would be the adjustment that I estimated that she would have lost.
Instead of like 6,200, I think it was like, we're getting it right now. We're getting it.
A little over two grand.
2 grand that she owes, or that we're reducing it?
No, that's what she would end up owing on
Okay.
some of her
Okay.
inventory.
A little over 2, yep. And so, unfortunately, that was communicated to Kim. The wrong letter got sent. Tried to recall it, you can't recall it when it comes out from a certain mailbox. And there was we should have called Nicole. I don't know, Nicole, Kim didn't call you yesterday to tell you that we were gonna be redoing that?
Yeah, she called me, I think the day before yesterday, and said that what was sent out to me was incorrect.
Yep.
And once they get it worked out, she would, reach back out to me via email.
Yeah, we'll reach out to you via phone call on Monday to give you the exact, how we came up with this, and then we'll send out another email.
Okay.
So instead of like it being 6,409, we believe it'll be like 2,519.
Okay, and that's from the estimation what Scott did with the cost of goods and the amount that I was bringing in at the time before COVID?
Yes.
Is that where that number came from?
Yep.
Are you good with that, Nicole?
It was on the 2,500?
Yes. I mean, are you good? Seems like that's a lot better than where we were. Are we?
Mr. Chair, I would suggest that Nicole get a chance to look at it,
Think
and
about it.
before she has to answer that.
Okay.
Yeah, let her look at that, see if she's good with it, figure out what exactly happened and what the exact amount is. And then if she is good with it, great. If not, then we can always revisit.
You good with that, Nicole? Thinking about it? We can revisit this?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Nicole.
Yeah, revisiting, yes, just revisit, yes. I don't want to commit to, saying yes to something that I want to look at it, see how the figures came up, and look at the math and to see, because like I said, I wasn't able to get in. So I thought that was unfair to me because they wouldn't let me in, so I couldn't assess my loss.
Okay, thank you, Nicole. Thanks for all the work.
Thank you.
I wasn't reached out by anybody else for public comment, but now's your chance if anybody's out there. Before I start talking.
I just wanted to mention very briefly, I wanted to thank you for all your support and all your well wishes for the surgery I had back in January. Unfortunately, I was unable to make the past OVRC meeting in January because at that very moment I was in the hospital. I was literally having a pacemaker implanted, literally at 9 o'clock as the meeting was underway. I was in surgery. So I just wanted to thank you for your well wishes and express my appreciation. So that's all I wanted to say.
Glad you made it.
Absolutely.
Hey, I personally wanted to invite you guys. I'm in a comedy show. Surprise. March 23rd at the Attic. It's going to be a lot of fun. There's way more people funnier than me, but I'll be there. And just want you to come out and support and have a good time.
That's at the Attic in Columbus?
Yep. It's right above Mikey's Late Night Slice on Oak and 18th. So there's pizza, beer, and good fun. Make sure you come out. You can find the tickets on the Attic website, Columbus, Ohio. That's enough about me.
Can we expect some one-liners peppered throughout the day today?
No.
And what time is that on the 23rd?
Doors open at 7:30.
7:30.
And the
Okay.
show starts at 8.
If we're talking about OVRC, can we get upward mobility credit if we show up?
Now and that,
At this point, me finding the bathroom should be upward mobility.
Are you offering backstage passes to your friends?
Oh, it's a small, it's like 85 seats. You got access to the whole place, for real. It'll be wonderful to see some of you guys out there, for sure. Now I gotta find the thing. Oh, and just a heads up, this might be more for Christy. Anthony Jeselnik's at the Palace tonight, but anyway.
Solar eclipse?
Oh, thank you, Derek. Up first is solar eclipse. I think the Bureau put that up there.
Yes, Mr. Chair, it's Christie. A couple things with the eclipse. Again, it's, I don't know, once every 200 for this total eclipse. One of the things that ODOT, ODNR, they're preparing for it. I guess back in 2017 or 19, this happened in the southern states, and there was a big jam log getting, people in and out. Ohio is going to be very, very well traveled. All of the hotels, the state parks in that path are already booked. People are coming in, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We've already put out for the operators that are at rest areas, prepare on your ordering, make sure your stuff's stocked. I really think that people are gonna make a lot of money. I've also even heard, I think one operator, I think Connie, I heard that she even purchased some of the glasses to put in her vending machine. Brilliant.
Nice.
Brilliant.
Except the ones you get stuck
And
with.
one of the things, I don't think, I would avoid, if you're a rest area, I'd avoid traveling on Monday. Again, they're telling people, no one wants to induce panic. We don't want people to, think that there could be a gas shortage or, back to the pandemic, toilet paper shortages. But they're telling people, be prepared and bring medicine with you. But I would definitely, you guys have to be aware that that is going to be a very, very, very busy weekend. You guys, the rest area should make a lot of money. So I'd be prepared for that. The other thing that I just wanted to reach out to you guys just to tell you, OOD, BSBI in particular, we've been working with a professor at Harvard in astronomy. He created a light sound device for the visually impaired for eclipses and like events. So they shipped free of charge to us 30 of these sound machines, and they're rechargeable. And I dropped them off yesterday to ODNR, and they're going to place them at particular parks. And again, it's my understanding that what happens is that there's instruments when the eclipse is coming up, and then when it goes down, the full eclipse, it's by instrument. There's also a couple other apps out there, and that's Sound Escapes, I think.
Soundscape.
Soundscapes. So, I know there's gonna be some press too surrounding that. Verna is going to be a part of it. And that I did talk to Greg. I said, I even said to him, I'm like, Annette emailed you, and he's like, I didn't get a email from Annette. And he checked, it went to his junk file, and he feels really, really bad.
Okay.
But anyway, I'm gonna get a hold of Lindsay Thomas to see if she can be on your show, and she's been involved on all the conversations with the Harvard professor, with ODNR, on what we're doing. I think it's exciting. It's another, accessibility tool. And this is, people are, Ohio, I don't know the estimated number of people they're expecting, the influx, but it's a lot. And I think it really is exciting for Ohio.
Christy, I guess everybody will be driving through Ohio to get there, but where can you actually see it? Because I don't keep up with all this stuff. But isn't the northern part of Ohio?
Sure, so it comes up like almost 75 between the Indiana and Cincinnati. It comes up, and then it goes to Cleveland. And so there is a totality, Columbus isn't in the totality, but it'll have some of it. And there is, and we can see if there's even an accessible map. So between Toledo's on the edge, Columbus is on the edge, the northern end is Toledo, and the southern end is Columbus, but
I'll send, I've included it to the rest area operators, but I'll make sure I send all operators the website that ODNR has created about this, and I'm not sure that it's just got some different information, different tips.
And that's April 8th.
Yes.
I'll be there. Yes.
I'm gonna do my own shameless plug. Christy started to mention it, but for those who don't know, I host a monthly radio show on Voice Corps, which is the local radio reading service in Columbus. And this month's show is going to be all about the eclipse and how blind people can participate. I already have booked an astrophysicist,
Wow.
Dr. Trey Winter, who is actually doing experiments, with blind folks that are collecting information for him so they can study afterwards. And then I'm talked to Christy today, and we are going to try to get someone on from ODNR and OOD to talk specifically about what resources are available for blind people. That show's Wednesday, the 20th of March, so this upcoming Wednesday at 11 a.m. And you can listen by going to voicecore.org or just doing your Voice Corps skill on any Alexa device. It's also on TuneIn, and some of the TV stations have it as part of their public access, where you can listen to it on different TV channels.
Nice. Congrats. Anybody got anything else about the eclipse?
Well, if you buy a bunch of those glasses and you don't sell them all, in 375 years, you can sell the rest of them.
Nice.
$20.99. It's not even that far.
Maybe.
$20.99.
I thought it was-
Who
I thought it was from like 75,
No, I thought it was 375 years. This one doesn't happen very often.
Neither does this meeting. Oh, man. Statewide, got statewide. Who's on that committee?
I am.
Who is it?
Who wants to share it?
What do you want to know?
I don't know, it's on the agenda.
Was that Dave?
That's John Mack.
Oh, John Michael.
I'm only in charge of selling the tables. I don't have much else information.
Hey, when is
Who else
it?
said
How about
aye?
that?
Yeah, most people don't even know.
I don't know when it is.
They're not sure when it is yet, I'm thinking Wednesday.
It's May 3rd, isn't it?
Meeting Wednesday, so.
I thought it was May 3rd and 4th.
Yep, so there's a draft contract. So right now it is for May 3rd and 4th. It's at the Sheridan again, so the same place it was last year. We've got some people booked for it, so we have a speaker. We're gonna have Debbie Schwartz come out. And
Nikki Gakos, he hasn't totally confirmed, but I think he's confirmed that I told him he could have whatever slot he wants.
He told me yesterday he was, or Wednesday he was coming.
Okay. We'll go over some of the other.
And who is Debbie Schwartz?
Social Security?
She's a social security expert.
Mr. Chair,
Derek?
is there an announcement forthcoming for the population?
Yeah, Mr. Chair. Yes, so we'll have a save the date come out. We just wanted to get the contract, everything signed before we send that out, but that will be coming out shortly. And so we're gonna have a financial planner come out. Obviously awards will be given out. And then, we're gonna have someone for ORCAM come out again. Kurt Johnson from Cantaloupe is gonna talk about micro markets and things like that.
Is he gonna be prepared to talk about just like this and how they operate or no?
I'm going to email him once the contract goes out. And then we're gonna have someone, for like, environmental safety, so like active shooters, we're trying to get either like the sheriff's department or Columbus police to come out, to talk about that. So yeah, we're working on it, we're meeting, if not every week, every other week to hash out the final details of the agenda and things like that.
Mr. Chair, are the same people going to be catering the breakfast that did last year? Please tell me no.
No.
No, tell me.
That's,
That food was gross.
It was awful.
talking with Julie Russell, we're talking about doing a buffet this year, so you'll be able to eat when you actually arrive, instead of waiting until everybody's there.
Oh, that was a horrible idea.
Mine was ice cold.
Yeah, but that guy that was waiting for people to come in before they served, and it didn't make sense. Hot food,
The
wait.
scrambled eggs were in like an ice cream scoop, served in like an ice cream scoop shape. It was disgusting.
That's a Johnson.
Mr. Chair?
Annette's closer, so I'll go with Annette.
No, I was just gonna throw, and it might be too late, but I just had a suggestion that instead of the breakfast, would it be feasible to have a lunch on the Friday afternoon? And then the only reason why I'm saying that is because that is the time when people are most pressed for time. Everyone has to kind of scatter and then come back into the room. That would keep everybody kind of in the same place and not have to go looking for lunch. Yeah, they would have to look for breakfast then the next morning, but there would be more time. It's just something I was thinking, 'cause I've been trying to figure out a way to get lunch in this thing for the Friday afternoon for a long time, because it is hard, and a lot of people don't get back in time for the afternoon events. Sometimes the restaurants are overcrowded, the Starbucks is overcrowded, and there's not a lot of places that people can get to very easily in a short period of time.
I like that idea.
We can talk about that, I can definitely mention that at the next meeting, and see, what the options are. I think we were trying to do something for next year, is that
a couple of things. One thing is that, the Bureau can't have anything to do with the food or who sponsors it, not when we go through those channels. So, again, we can talk to Julie, who's, I think, talking to, I think it's Schaefer that's purchasing that. And the reason we want an executed contract before they get into a contract with the food. That's why it's so important.
Yeah.
And the contract left, it's going through the channels right now, and procurement, and we were behind the 8 ball with Cynthia leaving and all of that. The fact that we've gotten this off the ground, and Lindsay's been working hard, and Julie. One of the things that I want to press upon everyone is because of that, not only will a save the date go out next week, but probably in addition, we only have like 3 weeks for everyone to sign up for the hotel, because we have to release the rooms by, I think, the 15th, which our deadline internally will be the 8th because of that. We don't want to wait until the 14th or 15th. So, and I know that a lot of people usually waited until the last minute to sign up anyway, but the fact that we have a short window probably will be okay. But we're going to be doing a whole media or whole campaign blitz of getting information out to everyone, maybe even calling people who have come before, the whole rooming list, all of that. But I think what we can do with the meal is we can bring that, and Johnny, you can help bring that back to Julie on the feedback with that maybe they'll do a lunch. I know, John, you had someone in mind, and we thought that would be more appropriate for the food show, but I don't know. Again, we can't be a part of that whole money and that stuff, so.
Mr. Chair.
Okay.
What I had suggested to Lindsay is that we use the sandwich company that Scott and I are using right now and get them to buy lunch, but then after that, I thought about it, and the only place you're allowed to get lunch from is the hotel, so that's not a good option. And for the record, the lunch and dinner food is way better than the breakfast.
Probably more expensive.
But the dinner food is really good.
And Mr. Chair, I mean, this does, we wouldn't even need that extra room in the morning of Saturday. So you've got to make these decisions. So I don't know, John, if John and Johnny and Julie should get together this week and talk about this.
Mr. Chair?
There.
I'm just curious about something, because you mentioned awards, and I've never asked this question, and I'm sorry to interrupt the meeting with it, but regarding awards, the ones given for time served, are we basing those still on licensure date, or are we basing those on the new seniority list?
Good question.
And the B question, have we considered at all expanding awards to anything other than just length of time served in the program?
So, Mr. Chair, it's my understanding that we're going towards, we just have one seniority list. We're going towards what the new rules have seniority, which is times worked. We can't have 2 separate systems.
Right, yeah.
That's what we were gonna do. I have no problem coming up with other awards that you guys want. Again, we're kind of pressed, but if you guys have ideas, it's your conference, absolutely. Totally on board with that.
Mr. Chair.
Sally?
It's Lindsay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
If we can't do it this year, I mean, we can definitely make awards happen next year for whatever, whatever you guys want to do. And, like she said, it's your conference, so if you guys do want other awards, we can definitely come up with ideas of what you guys want. We'll do that for sure.
Annette?
Yeah, I don't know if it might be too late for this year, like you said, but I would love to do other awards. And I think what we can do is have an awards, I hate calling it a work group, but that's what it is, I guess it would be. And somebody who
We
takes
might
nominations.
push it a couple years out.
So that the work group isn't handpicking people, but we do a nominating process where an operator or a bureau person or something like that could receive, letters from other operators. They could write a letter and say, hey, I really think this operator or this staff person or something should be recognized, and explain why.
Nicest work truck.
That's how a lot of organizations do that. And then work group, as it were. I hate using that for this thing, but awards committee, boards group, whatever, would look at those and determine if, someone was worthy. Sometimes there may not be any, sometimes there might be. And if we'd like to do that this year, if we want to try and get it in, I'd love to volunteer for that.
Mr. Chair,
Derek?
we could have an award for most work groups served on.
Good.
Oh, yeah, you could come up with a lot. I was thinking best workman, but I don't know. Just my idea. Best snacks. Good ideas. What do we got?
Would we want to do,
Do you want to do it right now?
I would love to try for this year.
Go for it. Put it together.
Okay,
Mr. Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
Annette, I would totally be on that work group too.
okay. I think
That sounds like
we'd
a
get
fun-
something out and get nomination, we'd have a closing date for nominations and.
Oh, do you guys have an idea when the contract will close or an estimate for the Sheraton?
Mr. Chair, my fiscal and the Sheridan were going back and forth all of last night. I just saw it's being routed, it's got to go through legal and fiscal. I hope that it's signed by next Wednesday or Thursday. But I feel comfortable enough to at least get the save the date out on Monday, but then we'll get more instructions out later next week on signing up for the room. And just so you know, the Sheridan was sold last year, so it is different owners, but, that's all I know.
Okay.
But we're gonna be in the same room.
Hey, has there been a change to the mileage for getting rooms compensated or reimbursed? There was a mileage rule. It used to be 30 miles.
Oh, I think it's 45.
It's 45 now?
Yeah. We'll find out.
Oh, I'm just saying, it ain't all for me, John. I'm here for you guys. It ain't all about me, but.
And I think what we typically did is, like, let's say someone local called in and said, I would like a hotel, and we put their name down, but say we have to get the hotels first, our slotted rooms first to the out-of-towners, but then there'll be extra rooms that we can slot you in. You'll be self-pay, but we can slot you in, because we have, 45 rooms the first night and 50 the second, something around there. And we have to fill those rooms or release them by the 15th, or we're on the hook, which, with state procurement, you can't really be on the hook. So we've got to fill them, and it won't be a problem, I don't think.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Just a question. With GSA, it's 50 miles from your main place of employment. Is that how this works also?
It's through OVM, and I think it's through the Konos rate, which is, I don't know, I will have to find out.
Is it your home? It's your home, right? Not your business?
GSA is the main place of.
Is it business?
Yeah.
Go ahead,
Mainly what?
Amy.
Or at least, like OVRC meetings, it's your home, because it's under, you're an individual, you're attending as an individual, not a business, so it's 45 miles from your home.
This would be as a business, we're coming,
Business conference?
yeah, it's a business conference.
Friday's business and Saturday's OVRC. No, nothing? Cricket?
You get points for it, it is required.
So is your W-9 and all that your business address, or is it your home address?
Yeah, it probably is your home address. Probably. Mine.
Hey, I asked you the question.
We're 126 miles away, so we fit in.
Right.
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So if you submit documentation to get reimbursed for cost, whatever you're basically invoicing, that address has to match what's on your W-9, and that's probably what is going to be looked at for that mileage, like that 45 miles.
Thank you. All right.
Mr. Chair, just one more thing with this. Sometimes if you are local and you want to stay, I've done this before, I've actually gotten a better rate going on my own and not using up one of our rooms, just making a reservation on my own. if you sometimes do AAA or something like that, you can, you know, it just depends on how, probably won't beat the state rate, but one time I know I did, I beat it by a good amount because I had it.
Thank you. Good. All right, next up is benefits checks.
That's a big topic.
And
All
that is
47
probably a very little time.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Amy.
So the benefit checks have been authorized. It's, if you work the full 365 this year, it's around $66.
Whoa. I can retire now.
So we also had an issue with, if people are not signed up for the pay portal and get EFT, checks are going out but are not being cashed. So if they're not cashed within 90 days, they get voided. And then to get them reissued requires the operator fill out documentation, get notarized, return to us, and start the process over. So if you could be diligent about looking for that check and getting it cashed within that 90 days to make it easier on you guys and not have to go through that paperwork. Also would like to expend the fund in the same fiscal year if possible. So.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, Amy, can you expand on that, please, on the problems that we're having? What happens if they don't cash the check?
I just said it.
Okay.
Oh.
It gets worse.
I know there's a fee for printing the check, right? So there'll be another fee?
Yes, $12.
No?
Cut a check.
Oh my gosh.
We got Derek.
Oh, I'm sorry.
To avoid that, the EFT process would avoid all of that. So, and it would get people's checks to them and people wouldn't misplace them.
Mr. Chair, I know that some people have had issues signing up for the payee portal. Kim White is more than willing to help anyone with their paperwork, and even she's called OVM on behalf of operators to help that process along. So if you would like to sign up and need help, Kim's probably rolling her eyes at me on the call, but she's there to help.
And Mr. Chair, we even thought about during statewide having Kim maybe help then, like if people. need
Not a
help.
bad idea. Not sign up.
That's a good idea.
So, Mr. Chair,
Derek.
announcing that here isn't going to help you with the 70 some operators that have received checks. You need to, I think you probably need to put some communication out to let people know when you receive your check, please cash it.
Definitely, yeah, that's a
If you're
good
not
idea.
planning on cashing it, let us know, whatever you need to do at that point. But announcing it here is not going to solve the problem.
But it's like an episode of Oprah. Nothing gets solved here. Just talk about it. Benefits checks, huh? Anything else? Next is work groups. You guys been busy?
Mr. Chair, so I am involved in the training work group, as is John D. and Ms. Annette, and Yvette, I believe, as well. Yes, so and Steph Ryan, yes, sorry. I have two different work groups, so I'm like trying to figure out who's in who. So we've been doing great work, trying to figure out what we're gonna do with new training. So we're trying to come up with a training framework to kind of make it easier for, new trainers to know, what it is that you're trying to train for, so you're not just, kind of winging it. So we're trying to come up with that, and then once we do have the framework down, we'd like to do a train the trainer. And I'm happy to go to different areas, so that it doesn't have to be here in just Columbus. So that way everyone can go to the train the trainer. Yeah, but we meet about every week, every other week again. So we're really kind of have out, some better ways to get that.
John?
They were saying one $15 an hour.
Is that later in the,
No, it's part of this.
No, it's,
is it coming up later in the,
training is on there, but it's kind of all together.
do you want to do it now?
So, Mr. Chair, so $15 an hour, where did that originate from? I don't know. That was before our time. I don't know. And it was before the VRP schedule. But I have said, even last fall, when we were talking about revamping training, that we can talk. We need to get some proposal together. We can talk about raising it, but right now, we don't even have the framework of, like, what training consists of. I was on a call with some other states, asked them what they pay. $15, we're in the lead there. But that still doesn't mean that we can't look at, I want quality training. I think we need to have quality training to get quality operators, and that's our number one goal. I did find out too that from some of the other states, they're training between 3 and 8, 9, 10 weeks with their operators. And that's a lot. We, before COVID, we had to do 40 hours with the vending route and 40 hours with open food. Well, as we all know, open food, we don't have many opportunities. It's hard for that. So we're right now doing 40, which it's not adequate. And I think that the committee decided that, 80 was going to be the minimum. I know there's been emails about the fee schedule. The fee schedule is part of VR. It's a job coach on the fee schedule. How that works is, and to be a provider, it's a 100+ page provider manual. It is a big, huge thing to become a provider. You have to be CARF certified or mental health. There's a mental health accreditation. You have to be bonded with insurance of $250,000. You have to invoice on units of service in 6-minute increments. So generally, they'll get a provider like Goodwill, and it is on some services, it's like $60 an hour, but the actual trainer doesn't get that. Goodwill hires a trainer that gets paid $12 to $18 an hour to go out, and that 60 is paying for the overhead and paying for the fringe benefits and paying for the administrators. So it's not an apples to apples comparison. So I think what the training committee discussed and what we need to do is get a framework. What are the reports? What's the basic topics of conversation that every trainee coming out of training needs to have? Even though how Dwayne does inventory and how Annette does inventory might differ, that's fine, that's great. They're at least getting a basic principle of inventory or whatever it is. And then look at the compensation on what's reasonable. Is it $20, $25? And I can then go to VR and advocate for that and say, this is the expectation, here are the projected outcomes. They'll probably have me do a fiscal analysis, like what does this do for cost per case? Again, I don't think it'll be that much. I think that they'll be open to this. So, that's where I'm at on it.
Mr. Chair.
Somebody over here then, David. Or
Go ahead, David.
Frank. Christie, did I understand correctly, when an operator's doing training and they are paid the $15 an hour for training, does that come out of VR money or does it come out of our program, out of our set-aside funds? I'm just trying to make sure I'm clear on that.
It comes out of VR money.
Okay, so it's not coming out of program?
No.
Okay, all right, so that was the first thing. And I will tell you, I had a conversation with a very experienced operator who does do training, who said that even he said he wasn't trying to go crazy with it, but he kind of felt it should be around $30 instead of 15. And I had asked how long had it been at 15, and he said for as long as he could remember.
Mr. Chair.
You bet.
I would like to speak on this. As far as, I've seen the back and forth that we had on the email. about the training and the pay and all that. But one of the things is with this program, yeah, we want to get paid more, but we also need to recognize that we need to bring the program in the 21st century. We want to get paid that money, but a lot of us, those of us who've been in the program a long time, and we're thinking about these new people coming in. We're getting new machines, we're getting new equipment. Well, they're more technical. And with technology coming in, it helps us do our job better and more efficient. We need to update ourselves. We're teaching these trainees, how we did it, yes, some of it works, it's a great thing. But are we bringing them up, are we allowing them to learn new technology? Cantaloupe has lots of things, what's out there to help them do their job more efficiently, easier, because a lot of us had to come up with our own ways, like we said, we got all these different ways of doing things. But is it going to get them ready for the technology and the future? We can't keep looking back. We have to bring this program forward and let these people coming in, this is what we should be, most of us need to update way more things. Technology, it works, but with, a lot of these machines are really technical and all that kind of stuff. We're doing our MORs on the OBG now, all these things. We have to recognize that, it might working for us because we've been in there a while, but what's going to work for those future trainees that's coming into this program? We can't keep doing business the same old way, training the same old. I looked at that, and I apologize for missing our meeting the other day. I had a family emergency. But I looked at that list that we had where our trainees are going to ask their trainer these questions. That is so dated. I don't even think, throw it out with the bathwater. Those questions on there, you wonder why you can't get people to do stuff? I don't think you all should even be looking at that. How do we do business these days? I mean, we need to be looking forward. We need to get the public sector, we as OVRC members depend on for our job, that Randolph-Shepard Act and all these things to keep us working. But that could be just a administration away. I'm talking about Congress, whatever, any changes, we all could be out on our butts sometime, But are we trying to get into the private sector? Are we trying to, I think we got our program focused in one way, as far as even just getting, we think if we get on every campus, school campus, that will solve our problem. Every college campus, that'll solve our problem. But once we get on there, we are not thinking that broadening ourselves, we're not thinking about blind. There are people going blind every day. This problem, we won't be satisfied once we get on every school campus. Are we?
Never be satisfied.
Yeah, we're people, we're
Well,
never
this is why
satisfied.
we
We gotta broaden, we can't just spend 10 years, 15 years looking at, this program going in just one direction. We gotta walk and chew gum at the same time. We should be trying to get in the private sector. We should be training for the future, the new, what we're dealing with now, not just what we have done in the past.
Mr. Chairman.
John.
All I'm gonna say is, this whole topic was the topic of the NABM, which is that, and I have more to say, but I'll wait till we have that discussion there.
Mr. Chair.
John?
One other thing I'd like to be considered when the training does get started, that the training is spread out evenly among the operators that are willing to do it. I have been willing to do training the entire 27 years I've been in the program. I've had exactly 2 trainees, Jim Lutz, to tell you how long ago one was,
You and me both.
and Chris Toll.
Very-
I know other operators have trained 100 people,
Yep.
and it should be divided evenly among the operators that are willing to do it. The trainee has to have a responsibility to be able to travel to do this job. So I had to train, all 3 places I was sent for in-stand training, it was my responsibility to get there. To prove that I was a business owner, not just an employee.
Exactly.
That's what I had to say.
And Mr. Chair, I got one more, excuse me,
How
but I
long is
also think that, that this was suggested to me by someone, and I think it's a great suggestion. Our consultants need to go through the training in order to know what the people they're serving is doing. I understand that may be cost to the program, but the better the consultant, the better help they could be to those people that they serve.
Mr. Chair, I think that's a great idea, actually.
Mr. Chair?
Well, I don't want to take credit for it, it was someone else's idea, but it was food for thought, I thought it was great.
Frank?
To Yvette's point, that's how it used to be. When I went through training, I had two consultants
Yeah,
in
we
my
did.
training class.
Mark and Patrick.
Yep, Mark Peterhausen and Patrick.
They were there for the safe serve training, then they left.
But they were still in.
Right.
Mr. Chair,
Lindsay?
I do only have a couple people signed up for training. So John Mack, are you saying I can be on the list?
Absolutely, I answered the email.
Oh, I
I
didn't,
did too.
I must not have gotten it then. It must
I
have
think
been-
I was the first one to answer the email.
That was a big email
You were.
discussion. It was easy to miss.
I came out right after you.
I am.
Yeah, I know you have it.
That's all.
Any other topics on work groups?
Mr. Chair?
I know, Julie?
Yes, I just want to add something about the training. I was going through an old computer getting ready to get rid of stuff, and I found a training group that Annette, me, and Brian White was on, and we suggested that instead of questions to answer, they wrote a diary at the end of every day that they were trained to tell exactly what they did, and then at the end of the training, they were to, we would give them a list. Did they go through inventory? Did they go through profit and loss that they had to check off at the end? But we never implemented it, but that was something that we had suggested, God, maybe 15 years ago.
Mr. Chair, on that, based on that, I think that it needs to be an instruction of exactly how and what, so every operator is training the same way.
That's what we're working on.
Yeah.
That we are.
And Mr. Chair, I want to, just from a program growth standpoint, I would like to say that our work group isn't singularly focused on one thing. One of the things with the universities, and we were trying to go that route before then, but one of the things that happened with the pandemic, that was kind of after the pandemic to try and get, get additional income, get additional set aside coming in, or even get some, hopefully get additional facilities or improving or enhancing the ones that we had. That was, I won't say it was easy, but it was the easier one because of being on state property where we have priority. And there's other things we're gonna try and look at, and the private sector is not off limits. The private sector needs to, where I come from, the private sector has to be a part of this discussion, because we can't just, anymore with the building population, we can't just rely on federal and state or county buildings. We have to find, whether it's new, innovative, or alternative ways to improve our business operations across the board. Universities are just a small part of that.
Mr. Chair, 2 words, go get her.
Go get the program? Jeez.
That's how we get into the private sector.
Well, Mr. Chair, I just want to,
You wish.
Who's that over there?
I just want to say, speaking of that,
No, get her, G-E-T-T-E-R.
but when we are not bringing our technology or using the technology out there, which I'm gonna bring up, like recyclers on a vending machine, which is new technology, which is convenient to the customer, when we have to fight for that, or a rest area, makes no sense. Regardless of what the budget is, a customer don't wanna walk away, or walk up to a vending machine. You can even, in a parking garage, it's giving your dollar bills back. It's not giving you $17 worth of dollar coins. We have to make sense. Customers walk up to a machine, whatever denomination of dollar bills they want to put in that machine, they should be able to do that and not look like they're at a casino getting the change back. Why are we, as a group of people, not putting common sense to this? We got the traveling public, and it's nothing nowhere else. We got the traveling public coming in our rest areas, and we're like a casino giving them change. It makes no sense. Young people don't like carrying all that change.
Mr. Chair, I agree with you that, and the casinos even are more technical. You don't get all that change no more. You get a ticket out of the machine.
No, and it's frustrating.
So, Mr. Chair, my thing on the recyclers, they're not free.
No, they're what, 700?
Right.
900?
900, so they're technically equipment, and then we can't pay for it. Supply, that's right, sorry. We can't pay for that. But here's my thing about it. Let's try recyclers on a few machines. A lot of states are going away from cash on rest areas to begin with.
Credit only?
Tennessee does not accept cash at all at any of the rest areas because it is a safety issue, and young people don't carry cash. But let's put, instead of putting recyclers on every single machine in a rest area, let's do a couple and then show the data that it is justified, and then we can get more. There's got to be a return on investment.
Mr. Chair,
David?
I would suggest that if a rest area has a changer, then recyclers are probably necessary and they would be a benefit. And for that kind of rest areas, recyclers should probably be standard on
Exactly.
machines.
Mr. Chair, I agree with him, exactly. And those of us who've been in this program long enough and know our businesses, that should be enough confirmation. As far as when I go into my rest area and I have a change machine, but every one of my mechs are empty because someone put a $20 bill in it.
It shuts down.
Just about, I had like 4 mechs and I fill them every time I come. And I have a change machine that I'm keeping about $1,200 worth of dollar coin in every week, and I don't see that dollar coin going back into the machine. I think that what I say should be enough, being in this program as long as I've been in it. When I see a problem, I'm pointing it out. I'm trying to study, figure out what the issue is. I brought it to my consultant, brought it to you all's attention. I don't think that should be questioned.
Mr. Chair.
Hey, we were able to make locks part of the machine, so
Yeah,
I think there's a way
recyclers are
around
part
it.
of a machine. It's just like a DBA, a credit
Yeah.
card reader, a coin mech, a brewer, a compressor, any other piece of the machine.
Yeah. And Mr. Chair, why couldn't we order the
Mr.
machine
Chair.
with-
So we
have it already added in?
We can, but then that's less machines overall that we can buy. We can order machines with recyclers on them. Not everyone uses them, not everyone needs them, but then that's less machines overall that we can replace. So, and again, some people are all about them, some people are not. I think what we can do too, is that as rest areas are shutting down, we can take some of those recyclers and repurpose them instead of them sitting at Schaefer. And I think that that's the intention too.
I think that's a good idea.
That's a great
Mr. Chair, I
idea.
think that's a good idea, Christie, as well. But I also think that looking at, let's look at, do I need 13 machines? I'm willing to say I would take less machines to give me what I need to do my job better and to serve my customers.
Mr. Chair, so Yvette, do you actually, you don't have recyclers and you want them, correct?
Yes.
Do we have recyclers at Schaefer?
Mr. Chair, no. And Yvette, what I'm asking is that you just be patient with us. I've heard you. I understand that you want them. I know we do have your Madison County rest area closing in June. And so I'd like to try to repurpose those to you when that shuts down. And, I've also heard the types of machines you want. And again, I'm all for it. I just need you to be a little more patient. I know you're one of those people that likes things to happen yesterday. And I appreciate that about you because you do a great job.
I appreciate it.
But yes, I just need a little patience as we work through all this and make it happen.
Thank you I appreciate you heard that I just like to think of how I can do a better job.
You did.
Derek, did you have something?
Yeah, I just received a text from Chris Johnson who says he's been asking for the floor 5 or 6 times and.
Well, tell him to unmute his.
Yeah.
Tell him to unmute.
Well, yeah, I understand what happened, so we need to address that.
Chris Johnson, are you out there? Is he on the right phone?
Let me see if I can unmute him.
With this system, is it still *6 to unmute? Or is it different with this system?
Maybe tell Chris to speak up when he gets. Oh no, Sally, you say you can unmute him?
I'm trying.
If a person's on the call, is it still *6 to mute and unmute?
I think so, yeah.
If you can hear us, Chris, give that a shot.
He's mad.
Well, I do that.
There he is.
Yay, Chris.
Yay.
Never speak up, Chris.
Pardon me for not knowing the mechanics of the conference call technology. I wanted to circle back to the training for just a moment, since I initiated a lot of the conversation pursuant to Lindsay's original email asking for operators. I think it is important that we have a clear understanding of what is being asked of us. I appreciate the purpose of the work group in helping to more clearly define the responsibilities of the training operator, and I absolutely agree with Christy that we need to have well-defined standards. However, all that being said, it is absolutely unconscionable that the organization in the state of Ohio responsible for the advocacy for Ohioans with disabilities is paying us a rate of compensation far less than they pay competitive service providers. And specifically, a company like Functional Training Service that would provide a trainer is having to pay a lot of the same overhead that I do on that $15 an hour. That's part of why they need the margin of a higher rate of billing. I'm a self-employed person. I'm paying my own workers' comp, my own Social Security match. Those two together are upwards of 10% on top of just the normal taxes. And so it is, I am trying to practice a bit of forbearance with this, but I'm saying BSVI, before I go to stick on your side and have somebody showing up in Kevin Miller's office, you need to get real about this issue of how much you're paying us. This is absolute discrimination. If the standards for training are not well defined, that's an FLA responsibility in consultation with the OVRC. And so the the training situation, I think it's absolutely ridiculous to assert that just because somebody has a license in this program that they're qualified as a trainer. So I don't have any problem with the idea that there's some disparity in training assignments, because this was based on Cynthia's competence. This historic pattern was based on Cynthia's competence, based on the reports she got back from the operator. In terms of how much information did she have to make a good decision in supporting the licensure of a given candidate. I believe I still have, and I'm sure some of my friends do, some of the materials from way back in the day when Karen Whalen ran training. And I would be happy to share those with Lindsay to help us bring programs to a more adequate training for new licensees. I feel right now that 40 hours, 2 weeks is completely inadequate. I had 6 weeks in scan training. I had 8 weeks of classroom before that. And that helped me to make me a successful operator. And many of my friends had that kind of a start also. The fact that we're not giving our new licensees that kind of a start has something to do with the failure rate. Thank you for your attention, and I pass.
Thanks, Chris.
Mr. Chair, can I just, one thing that I would like to follow up?
Yep.
I'm not discouraging. If you guys want to go down the path of becoming a VR provider and to getting compensated and being on the fee schedule, I'm not gonna stop. I will bring in the experts on that. Jay Burns, he's in our VR area. There's a process, and we can go, if that's what you guys want, I'm okay with that.
I think you addressed it when you said you gotta provide them a plan for training and then we can negotiate pricing. Didn't you mention that earlier?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're all okay.
So, Mr. Chair, my question is, and I don't know if the committee wants to have this discussion today or whenever, when it comes to paying operators who are doing training, is there, I guess my question is this, do we think we need to raise that?
Yeah.
And that was
I don't know if it's
feedback that I
gonna
got.
be $60 an hour, but.
Well, no,
yeah.
and I didn't say that either, but, just trying to make it better for the people providing the training and, but anyway, I didn't know if we were ready to do that today or anything, and that's what I thought Christie had said earlier, that we could at least talk about that. She would take it to VR, so, anyway.
Mr. Chair?
Jerry?
I would be curious to know, I mean, I know Chris has a lot of concerns and they're valid and everything, but I would be interested to hear what dollar figure he would put on the value of an appropriate trainer within our program, if he's still available.
Ask him. Chris, are you still there?
I am.
Oh, can you come up with a figure?
I
Or?
would hesitate to place a figure off the cuff, but I would say a rate commensurate with other training service providers who provide services to OOD on behalf of clients, of the agency.
Chris?
And yes, sir.
Did you hear Christy explain how you become a provider and what it takes?
I did. But tell me when anybody has received an email from OOD with information about that type of certification. They're not being forthcoming with what the standards are to bring this up. And the fact that a lot of us have de facto a sensitivity to working with the visually impaired and persons with disabilities by a lifetime of experience ought to grandfather us in at some level. But I understand there are legal standards and so forth, but off the cuff, I'm just going to say a rate commensurate equal to what they would pay functional training services or Goodwill or any of the other contractors they're going to work with for job coaching types of training services.
And Mr. Chair, Chris, to be perfectly honest, if I go with that, they're gonna say that we need to open up and they have to become a provider. You've gotta go through the process. There can't be a separate process for VE.
Christy?
But you have not informed us about the process, Christy. You've been keeping that information to yourself in order to hold down our wages.
Chris, so when those emails went out.
If you've been forthcoming with the information, then we would know.
So Chris, when I got those emails this week, I sat down with Jay Burns because I don't know the VR
Oh,
process.
wait, can I ask a question
Yeah.
real quick? Job coaching is a different area because the pay is different job coaching than training. Couldn't job coaching training be the same?
So, I think,
So it is,
I think, Mr. Chair, I believe, and Amy, stop me if I'm wrong, that, let me just catch you off guard here. I believe that job coaching money comes out of the BE budget versus VR. So I think we did at some point set that for job coaching. So I think that's where the difference is and the disconnect. I don't know that to be fact, but it's my
after the fact, and I don't
suspicion.
even know if we were supposed to be spending the money on that the way we were too. So again, this kind of opens up a little can of worms, but I knew nothing about being a provider until last Monday when I sat down with the guy and said, my operators are interested in becoming providers and getting paid at the FTS or and I looked at the tables, like as Dave pointed out, and I'm like, we don't really fit in here. But again,
They're not going to claim
maybe we should be a part of the provider schedule and the fee schedule, but there is a process to do that. We can't live outside of it if we're going to be just like FTS and Goodwill. If we're gonna fit in the fee schedule, we need to fit in the fee schedule. But along with that
Well, then that
comes
sounds like
all of
training.
these requirements that I was unaware of until last week. There's a 101-page manual, which I haven't gone through. I sent that, so it's not like we've been suppressing stuff here.
Christy, can we ask for more without being a provider?
That's where I'm trying to, that's what I've been trying to say.
Mr. Chair,
I'm
Mr.
gonna
Chair.
turn off the phone.
You know, I have an idea as far as the people that's doing the training. Can we set up some type of training for the trainers as far as those who's interested? You got a list out there that wants to be, then we have, like, maybe they get some type of certificates where you can teach your new training cantaloupe. You went over all these things. Once the training group comes up with what the operator has to go over, know, whatever, then for those who's interested, maybe they get a mobility credit for going through these trainings.
We talked about that
Already,
already.
we've already talked all that.
Yeah, I mean, everything's moving in the right direction. It may not be as fast as we want, but it's just like everything else.
Mr. Chair, well, actually, John first.
John?
The training work group was already having these discussions, and Lindsay already said that we were doing that like half an hour ago.
Thank you. All right, thank you. David?
Well, I actually looked through the manual that Christy referenced. If the money to pay for people to train comes out of VR money, wouldn't that category be in that manual somewhere, or did I miss that somewhere? Because I couldn't find anything even remotely relevant to us.
So BE is not in the provider manual. BE and our program isn't in there. And maybe, again, maybe it should. I don't know. It's not in there. It's not, but this is all based off of law too, that, and I sent that too.
Hey,
And it's all based on law, and it's so prescribed, and the requirements to become a provider is very, very prescribed. And I just don't know, I think we're willing to talk and willing to raise it, but if we're going to be wanting to be paid just like, you guys wanting to be paid like an FTS or equal to or equivalent to, then there's going to be requirements behind that. We can't just skirt the law in the provider manual and those requirements.
Mr. Chair, would a consultant be the same thing? Would VR
over here?
consider a consultant?
Okay.
They use consultants all the time, so would that be the same as a provider, or would that, you know what I mean?
Would they be considered consultants? Could they be considered like consultants in the VR world, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. So again, it's my understanding, and I was schooled for about 25 minutes from the guy that's over this area on Monday. And he told me there are individual providers out there, but they're rare. I think that Tehon's one, they're very rare. Most of them are companies that then subcontract. He also said, and this is another thing, and I know enough to be dangerous, I'm the first to tell you that if you guys become a provider, trainer, anyone could call and ask you to be their trainer for job coaching or for, under that category. It wouldn't be just specific to DE either. And I think that there's also this thing where participants, they have a menu. You have these options, and they can choose which option they want. I want to go to Goodwill, or I want to go to FTS, or I want to go to this provider.
Exactly.
And then that provider hire. They have staff, and those are the ones who are actually in the field with the participant doing the training.
Excuse me. Just to verify, if we were to become on the pay schedule that people are talking about, would that open up BE training to any provider in the state? Could Goodwill come into our facilities and train new
That's
trainers?
an excellent question, Seth. That's an excellent question. And yeah, that's a good question. I don't know, but
I think if we're on, I'm sorry to
Yeah.
interrupt, if we're on a schedule where we're able to bid to be paid the same amount,
yeah.
following the criteria, then we're open to any criteria, then anybody is open
Yeah.
to coming to BE and train in our facilities,
Yep.
new trainees.
Yep.
I don't think that's something people want.
No, David?
I almost feel like there's some big pieces of the process missing. So when an operator trains a trainee, if the money's coming from VR, do you guys submit some kind of invoice to VR to
Yes.
explain how that money is
Yes.
being used? So
Yeah.
wouldn't there be a category in that manual somewhere?
No, we're not part of the VR provider manual and.
Oh, in any way, okay.
Is it paid like through case services for them, or I don't know?
So the $15 an hour is almost just an arbitrary amount. It's whatever you guys submitted it for, right?
So, that's how it's always been. That's how it's been. And again, if we're going to be, people just decide today, this person wants this much, this person, it's gonna open some questions.
I'm just
And
talking.
Missy Straight, I know you've done some trainings recently, and we have a report. Do you want to explain the process you've done before I'm putting you out there?
The last report I did was when Sheila ended, and honestly, I don't remember the whole report.
Yeah.
It's been a little bit.
Yep, and then you send in
Create an
an
invoice.
invoice.
Yes.
And then the trainer also gets 2 hours at $15 an hour, 2 hours for doing the report writing. So, and again, I know you guys aren't getting rich off this. I get it. I do get it.
Well, it's also to help new people. I mean,
But-
don't
right.
forget, we're bringing up.
Right, that's how I feel about it.
It's not all about the money to everybody.
Mr. Chair, I appreciate what Chris has said and what Dave's trying to do, and I respect that the training work group and the administration are all trying to improve training and how that is accomplished and everything. I think the primary concern right now is the quality of the training, and then also the compensation given to people who do on-the-job training. I think it would be best for us to accept that there's wiggle room to try to improve the amount of money without stirring the pot too much to create problems we don't want to have. So that's what Christy started with earlier, and I think that's the best route to take right now until somebody comes up with something different. Let's do that. Let's come up with a figure that's reasonable and negotiate to that with VR moving forward.
I got Annette.
Actually, I was gonna say something very similar to what Derek just said, so I won't repeat that. That's
John?
exactly where I was gonna go.
John?
Something else we want to always think about, non-monetarily wise, but we have to train the other operators to come after us. Because if you get bad operators and they start screwing up stands and lose them, that affects all of us. And just to keep that program healthy, we have to provide good training, compensated, and that'll help us all in the long run.
Christy, do you want a dollar amount to work with, or do you just want to wait till your training is implemented, your program is together, or?
Yeah, I think the work group needs to get together, and I think we need to get some, because the first thing VR is gonna say is, okay, how many hours are we training? What are they getting? What's the outcome? What are the reports? And I know that we're kind of working on the reports too. Right now, I do know I've got a person in Cincinnati that does need training right now. The other thing that we have to figure out, which has been brought up, and I don't know if this is part of the fee schedule or not, or how we solve it, transportation is a huge barrier. And we've got to be able to figure that out as well. You know, I understand you guys have a van and you have a driver and you and the rest of the seats are out to carry the product. I also understand the hardship of training someone, you know, in a big route. And let's be honest, that's where the Randolph Shepherd is right now. They're routes. They're no longer, you take a bus down to one building and it's all self-contained. One of the things that I know that we've been talking about is, even if there's a 2-week training, like a week with one person and another week with another, and let's say, just for example, there's, you know, we send someone out with, you know, a rest area and then a post office person. I still think part of the training should be, Lindsay, maybe one day you take that person out to meet and visit for one day a college or university operator, so they get the taste of that. They didn't get, one of their 2 weeks did not involve a microwave, micromarket. So we take a person out to experience so they get that exposure. They might not be getting a full week of it, but at least they know and they can have a taste of that. Even a counter. So people have that exposure, and I think that that also could supplement and be part of it. I don't want Lindsay to be her main purpose to be a driver. I don't want that. But you know, one of the things that we've done, and I think we are moving the needle. One of the big things that when Cynthia left is, I want a trainer that's in the field, that's meeting with the operators. I want my consultants, Sally's in my consultants, right, to meet with the new people, and it's more of a continuity. And we're doing that. Lindsay, you've gone out. One of the things that she discovered too, she went to the pre-eval and the CBA. And we have 2 licensees right now that are in the system. They've worked with BE operators, they've worked with it, but VR, the way the process is that they do pay for a job coach to come for 2 days to see that person. And what does that person need? Do they need O&M? Do they need computer eval? What do they need? Well, it's probably a waste because these people have been successful working for other BE operators. So is there a way that we can have a different route that, yeah, maybe we don't, that's not necessary. It's a waste of time and resources. VR, the operator, and the licensee. However, until we have a system, I've got to have everyone go down the same system until we have something in place that says, okay, if this person has had prior experience, their family has been in BE and worked their last 10 years with their family, they don't have to do A, B, and C. They can go straight to D. But I think that, it's a lot. It's a lot. And I think that we got some information from Michigan on their report writing, and I want Lindsay to share that with the training work group. Like, why are we reinventing the wheel? I even talked to the guy from Michigan, James Hall. He's like, yeah, borrow steel. That's what we all do. Why reinvent the wheel? And we can take what we want, and we can not take the rest. So it's a lot. It's, Rome wasn't built in a day.
Mr. Chair.
David?
I agree with everything Christy's saying, but I also think when it comes to trainees, we obviously want to try to be accommodating where possible, but we cannot arrange all of their transportation for them. They have to be able to come up with things on their own. If they become an operator, they're going to have to deal with those kinds of things. And I almost think when it comes to training, maybe they need to be able to arrange their own transportation where possible.
That would show some independence.
Yes.
There's a problem with that, Mr. Chair, that if their training has to be in a different city, then they're not gonna, if it's in the same city, I kind of agree with them, because they're gonna feel it anyways. Not if
regardless. I mean, they still have to be independent enough to handle things on their own, even if it is in a different city. If we create a false expectation that everything's going to be handed to them if they become an operator.
That was an upward mobility point that before we got in the program, we had to do some sort of upward mobility. I don't know, that's what I had to. They wanted me to take a bus to the mall.
The O&M.
And I said, lady, I just walked 5 blocks to get here from work. What do you mean I need to take a bus to the mall? But anyway, but yeah, I get it. It's true. The upward mobility is very important.
Oh, yeah.
And I mean, if you just show up and pick them up, take them everywhere, their first day of work, who's coming to get me?
Yes. Right.
Exactly.
But I there might be situations where it's needed.
Well, Mr. Chair, I would think that VR could help them with transportation while they're in the where they differ, some kind of service. Is that possible, Sal?
I know.
While they're in training, that they're still working with VR. Would they provide some type of service for them?
Yes.
There are other people, like,
Mr. Chair.
Was that Lindsay?
Yeah. So we do have someone right now in Cincinnati, and the transportation that we have for this person is willing to travel, but only in the Cincinnati area. So that's the thing, is the provider has to be willing to travel to other cities.
That's the same.
So, you know, it's kind of up to the providers where they're willing to go, if VR is the one that takes care of it.
No, Mr. Chair.
Amy?
Kind of piggyback off of all of this, VR will reimburse for like Uber or Lyft. And right now they are piloting a program, I think it's in the Southwest, where VR is paying Lyft directly to help with transportation needs. So I think they're kind of working that process out, and they're hoping to expand it to the whole state. And also, there's been contract negotiations with Uber too. So I think they're, like for VR participants across the board, transportation has been an issue. So they are looking for solutions on to like try to get the transportation in place for participants.
And Mr. Chair, once the transportation roadblocks are at least somewhat worked out, that opens up a lot more operators to be available for training, because transportation is not going to be the main requirement, especially for route people.
Yeah, route is a big deal. I don't know if I'd expect an operator, that's a lot. I mean.
Well, they can't do it. I mean, my van has 2 seats.
I know, that's how it is with me. Yeah, they would have to be, driven around, and to pay for that just for training. That's where the exception is for me.
That's the problem. You have a route and you don't have another seat.
You're breaking the
They
law.
take Lyft and then what? Like they're in the building 20 minutes while they service the machine, and they call another Lyft and meet the operator at the next building that might be, half a mile away. Or it just, that they need a set driver. Somebody who's gonna go right, follow the van, drive, and they can't just keep calling Lyfts between each stop.
Exactly.
That wouldn't work at all.
Well, and it doesn't appear to be very independent of them, If you're going to be an operator, you need to be able to think independently and get around on your own with someone.
I agree to showing up, but that whole route is.
During training.
Yeah.
You do need to show that to some extent, but not during training. It is unreasonable to expect somebody to get themselves from place to place to place on a route. We're operators, we can afford to pay a driver and have a vehicle to do it. These are trainees who are, most are unemployed. Somebody needs to take them. It's not fair to put that burden on them, and that doesn't mean that they're not independent. That means that it is too much of a burden. I could have done it when I was in training, and I have very good mobility skills. I could have afforded to pay somebody to take me from stop to stop.
Well, it sounds like they do
stop.
reimburse for travel.
Mr. Chair, why wouldn't that be the job coaches?
It could be. I got Frank trying to.
Yeah, the only thing I was gonna say, Mr. Chair, is that when I was going through trainings, one of the locations I had to go to was, out in, those who don't know the geography of Cincinnati area, was out in Claremont County, which is kind of out in the country sort of, so there was no bus service, no anything. Now I had an advantage, my wife drives, and they would drive me out there, but if I didn't have that option, it would have been, doing something that was probably outrageously expensive. So there are facilities out there that are really hard to get to. And I think there was someone else in our training class that, I think they had to set it up where he had to take a taxi to his facility because it was so far away.
I think that was Scott Dillard.
Okay.
Because Jeff and I were all in Cleveland.
But anyway,
I think it's very fine to expect the trainee to be able to find their way to the starting point and find their way home from the ending point. But during the route itself, that's, nobody can be expected to have to provide that for themselves.
Mr. Chair, my question can be answered. Why wouldn't the job coach that Yara would pay for be the person that would follow that operator? Why wouldn't we have a job coach? If transportation's an issue for
I've seen that done before.
any type of trainee, why wouldn't we request to have a job coach be the one, the VR to pay for a job coach for that person to be there, to take them from location to location? Wouldn't that be a solution to that problem?
Well, Mr.
We're
Chair,
not paying.
I train
You're not
people
paying
with
for
the
it.
job coach, and that job coach did take the trainee from building to building to building.
I have as well.
Yeah, I mean, that was our problem.
Work group to keep working on, I
Yeah,
think.
yeah.
So-
That's a good topics, but we have to keep moving, you
Yeah.
guys.
Yeah.
Oh,
Um,
yeah.
We got any other work groups to talk about?
Mr. Chairman,
John?
the budget work group met on Wednesday. The budget's doing really well right now. One of the concerns that was expressed by one of the budget working members is that if the current rest stops stay closed longer than they're supposed to, and the new ones that are supposed to close next year, or when they're supposed to close at the same time, we're gonna be spending a lot of money on reimbursements, and that might end up causing some issues. So we just wanted to make sure that the OVRC was aware of the situation and, was able to deal with it when we need to deal with it.
Not good.
But probably not right now, we're in great shape.
Anything else on budget?
Unless they're good, Amy has something.
No? I can't remember all the work groups out there, but I know there's a couple that haven't been meeting or having discussions. And I'm gonna need you guys to step up. I think the records review is one that stands out to me.
And Mr. Chair, I had the additional funds work group, but some of the members were out with their own life stuff going on. So now that everybody I think is back, I'll get a meeting going.
Cool. I don't remember all the work groups, but I know it's tough, but you guys gotta make an effort.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to speak for that. The inventory work group decided that it was best for the discussion that we were having to be had at the full OVRC level because it would just originally have to be redundant.
You guys wanna talk about that later on today?
Mr. Chair, it ended up kind of getting into rule changes and this and that, so, and I know we talked about this at a previous meeting, but that's why we kind of disbanded that group, because we really weren't accomplishing anything. We were talking in circles, and I said, we're gonna talk in these same circles in front of the whole committee, but at least the committee has the ability to do something about it. So, if we want to talk about that some today, that's up to the group.
Are you guys ready to talk about today, or do you wanna kick it?
Mr. Chair.
Christine and Eric.
You guys say the same thing I am.
Yeah, so, me, let's see. RSA is supposed to be getting out a TAC by the end of the month on inventory.
Yes.
So I think
Great.
we need to wait until that comes out.
Okay.
Everyone in the entire country is waiting for that TAC. I think everyone believes that there's going to have clear direction on that TAC, or no, not believes, wants there to be clear direction on that TAC. So let's wait, and once that TAC comes out, I will absolutely present it to everyone, and then I think we can redo it.
Cool.
And just for my edification, attack is technical assistance,
Circular.
circular.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure what the C was.
Or correct.
All right, I'm assigning homework. I'm assigning homework to the records review people. Have something by next meeting.
Okay.
Is that it for work groups?
Are you gonna give those attention if they? don't
No,
bring
I'll
something
just
back?
probably just.
It's a public school.
We'll just get it going. We'll
School,
figure.
public school.
Yeah, it's a
Frank
public
wants to
school.
talk about his work group. I think.
Mr. Chair, I was just gonna say that Sally did tell me the other week when I talked to her on the phone that we are on track to take over the beverages at Cleveland State this year.
And the other campuses of Tri-C.
That's correct.
Nice. Oh, that's
Next,
good.
we gotta work on Owens, just to throw that out there.
Bowling Green, right
Yeah.
state.
We need the comp at Owens.
UT is supposed to be next summer.
Well, yeah, UP is,
Yikes.
Mr. Chair, has there been any efforts made to take a look again at NASA or Elkton Prison or secondary highway routes?
Is that the work group?
Mr. Chair, not yet, but we will now that we have a Cleveland consultant, Anne Marie, we can do assessments on those.
Elton, though, maybe where that is. In the
Youngstown.
Oh,
So that might be a,
Kelsey.
that's a Kelsey. And Kelsey and Anne Marie are listening to this, so.
They're excited.
They're excited.
They're excited.
Good.
How about
Mr. Chair?
how about secondary highway
Yeah.
routes?
So secondary highway routes, and we'll have to look at when that co-contract's up too. Not that we can't peel it away, but again, the process with that, they're out in remote areas, very remote. I know last time we peeled some away and they've been profitable. We need to look at them again, because I'm not confident how well co services them. But again, I think we need to have a conversation where we need to put out there, who's interested in running these before we pull something, because the worst case is pulling it first. But I think we can definitely.
Did you say that if we pull some, there may be a case where it's all or none, and can we refuse to service any of them if we're stuck with all of them?
we waive it.
I mean, like you said, there's some remote locations that might not really make any money. Are we allowed to say no?
I think we can do whatever we want. We can talk as a group. I think that there's some political ramifications if we want them all and then we don't want to service some and then they have to go out and get their own. It's not good, it's not a very good partnerly thing. But let's see which ones people are interested in before we, pull anything right now. I don't know. Again, I thought we pulled the very well-traveled ones to begin with. And the other option that we can do, which is what we've done with the federal properties too, is maybe we do release them and that those operators bid on it and they subcontract out.
Mr. Chair?
But then our benefit check is like $0.
We're not using it anyway. So.
Okay, but we still need money to pay insurance.
Ooh. Oh, good point. John?
Give me another second there, I'll see my insurance.
So we actually, I lost that list on my computer, but we did it, we actually did that years ago when we put out what was out there, and there was people interested in most of it. If not all of it.
Yep.
I don't know about this anymore.
Mr. Chair, and some of this is set to be remodeled, correct? And we'll make them more attractive and
Who-
better,
who-
and,
Mr. Chair.
excuse me, and
Not a
better,
question.
and better suited to adding snacks to the propositions in the different facilities. different sites, I should say.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Tom.
it is 2 that are on the schedule right now, and I think they may both be closed at the moment. Van Wertz County, they're remodeling and adding, it'll have space for snack and drink. And then Meigs County was just remodeled, I'm not sure if it's reopened yet, but that's another one. So I know those 2 for sure were remodeled and should have.
But do we have anyone in Meigs County that?
I have no idea where Meigs
Because I
County even
can't,
is.
I can't get.
It's Ironton, 52.
You're Athens,
Ironton,
Ohio,
that's
and
Dan
OU.
Hall.
Oh, Dan Hall is interested, okay. So
That's-
if we have interested people, I'm all for it. I'm not for it if we put, like right now, OU, God love you, Johnny Mac, but if it weren't for you, we have a major university that is still problematic where, and, you know, we can, Lindsay and I can up our recruiting down in that area, but that part of the state, it's hard. It's hard for us, it's hard for VR services to get, I mean, it's a very difficult part of the state.
It's very easy if you just hire an employee and never go there yourself. I haven't been to Mansfield, Orville, Worcester in probably a year personally. My daughter does it. She's the regional director for Johnny
Mr. Chair, I think we need just to go back and find out when our Coke agreement is up, because that's the other thing, we may be forced into this at some point. Coke is really getting away from servicing. So it's something we should be proactive about from the get-go, because sooner or later, Coke is going to pull away from this.
Well, can we get that letter out? See who's interested with the locations?
Yeah.
I know that we did it before.
We should. Let's do it. We need a motion to do it? Or we
No, I don't
just do
think
it?
so. I think Kristen was the same.
No, she's on board.
The consultant's on the phone. They heard it. Released.
I think we can go into the next topic. Is it blast update? Yeah, blast update.
Sound blast update. Well, I thought it would be between you and John. You guys were.
And Mark.
Mark.
And Joyce.
Steve Weaver also went.
Who was there? Oh, Steve, yeah.
John, do you have anything significant you want to report on?
There was a lot of discussion was on innovation. They had roundtables where they split us all up and we talked in each group. Talked about ideas on how to get the program. We're supposed to take those lists and put them all together and come up with something which they haven't done yet. They had a couple of really interesting speakers on there. I would highly recommend that everybody listen to the MPM podcast that was from March 1st, because they had interviews with a bunch of the speakers there. And so there's some good information in there as well.
And John, the NABM is the We Are Randolph Shepherd, right?
Yeah, you're right, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
And we also saw a really interesting vending machine. You swipe your credit card, the door opens, you take your product that you want off the shelf, it actually speaks what you're taking out. And so you don't have, and you can just put in whatever you want in there, basically. And there's no flows, right?
Right.
So it was,
Yeah, I think it's done by weight.
yeah.
Yeah.
No, there was one that's done by weight, and there's another one that somebody reads the barcodes or something. And I don't like the weight one because a lot of the chocolate bars or a lot of the chips are gonna weigh the same, so it's like they don't know where to go. But that was really cool.
But the ones by weight, they were saying you could put like fresh fruit in, you know, like at the grocery store, how you pay by weight for produce. So that's an instance where that would be.
Yeah, you're right.
And we do sell a lot of fresh fruit.
You swipe it.
Too soon?
They open up, and whatever you pull out, it knows what you're pulling out, and then it'll reveal your card.
It was a cool machine. I think we should actually use those more.
Thanks, Derek.
Who was that we talked to with Tyler Industries?
about they're trying to get into the county jails,
Oh, yeah,
state
yeah.
prisons, federal prisons.
Yeah, that was really neat on the
Because there's a lot of technology out there that we can make money from that people don't realize.
And a lot of the prisons,
And a lot of prisons and jails.
if you sell them properly, would actually work really well because it's stuff that they don't want to be dealing with. Yeah, that's a really good point. I'm glad you brought it up. And it was a great conference.
Mr. Chair,
Annette?
this was for the prisons, you know, I've said this before, and yes, our mini Randolph-Shepard Act does not give us priority at the prisons, but that doesn't mean we can't do them. So it's something we definitely should look at when their agreements come up. They're extremely profitable locations in the states that are allowed to do them.
I think Tennessee's got all of them.
So they got all the jails. I don't know if they do their state prisons, I believe so. But I do know they do all of their county jails. Their mini Randolph-Shepard Act grants them priority at their county locations. But as far as here in Ohio, yes, the county jail, I know the commission is an issue, I understand that, but it's not something we can't overcome.
Mr. Chairman?
John?
There's another podcast I listened to, and there was a big operator that was interviewed on that past podcast from Chicago. And she says that the company refuses to take commission because they're providing service to that company, to all these companies. So commission is something that we're making, that the people that are been in the industry for a long time are just used to paying, but there's ways to get around that. And I just wanted to bring that up.
Yep.
Mr. Chair, what about the airport, like Brickenback or a smaller airport or something like that? Getting, like I said, they're just out of just going after their school prisons and all that, which is great. What about, we got new,
This
discussion.
Yep. That could be part of the group. Don't we have a work group on that? Looking for. Yeah.
As we tried up to make a market, it didn't tell we're acting on.
I forget who it was, somebody took Amazon over, the Star driver was saying they delivered to, I don't know who it was, but somebody got in there and put it like a super Walmart in there, micro markets, and new Amazons. Somebody did get into those.
And Mr. Chair, when we're talking about blast, I'll put the plug in for the big blast in Nashville, November 19th through the 22nd. And it'd be great if we had a big contingent from Ohio go to that. They are well worth it. If you've never been to a blast, you're missing out. If you've been to them, you know what I'm saying is true. That they are well worth the effort to go.
Did you see a $200,000 robotic dog?
I want to see that. I want to tell Nikki to bring that back next time.
It was creepy.
They started dancing, that was something else.
And that, what was those dates?
November 19th through the 22nd in Nashville.
I have a picture of that with me standing beside that dog.
And I love a lot of operators, a lot of staff. You know, I mean, bring the consultants, let's just have an Ohio. And many people.
I know Florida's staff had a big turnout down there, that was big.
It'd be really awesome if we could get a whole big group of us.
You got a big party bus. We'll just ride in the next truck.
Yeah, party bus. I like Derek's idea. Party bus for Nashville.
I'll drive.
John will drive. Sign me up. I'll pay for the brother.
And that discussed blast in Nashville.
People, it might be worth getting a charter. If we had enough people to go, that would be great.
November 19th through 22nd.
Mr. Chair, and that's another work group for you.
Getting people
We could have an OVRC meeting on the bus ride.
We could.
Good.
How are we gonna get the public in there? The public-
We could run alongside.
They have stops for them to.
We could argue about, the amount paid to trainers on the way down there. That'd
Okay. That'd take the whole route, take the whole trip. Sounds like.
Have the inventory discussion then.
Then the inventory between those two.
That'll take both trips back and forth.
Oh, yeah.
And then some.
I think, is that it for Blast? I would say that was it.
The other thing the other interesting speaker that was there was the lawyer that was dealing with the APHIS
Yeah.
lawsuit as well. She was fantastic. She gave us an idea what was going on. Answered a lot of questions. And also the trainer that does the training for the new trainees spoke as well. And gave a lot of questions. So she has some good information as well. That's all I got.
Oh, the lighthouse?
Yeah.
Colleen,
Yeah.
yeah, Colleen was there, and Lauren McCartney from her attorney.
I'm glad you remember this.
Yeah.
And I was there and you wouldn't remember.
That's cool.
I've heard both of them several times.
Thank you, guys. I'm not saying this next one. We can skip that one, right?
What is it?
Train.
Oh, yeah, we already did that.
OU storage.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I put this one on the agenda. Johnny Mac currently has the storage unit down right near OU's campus, and Johnny Mac would like to go right ahead.
I would like to first say about this storage unit, it has no electricity, no lighting. It is not temperature controlled, so your candy melts in the summer and your soda freezes in the winter. We need to give it up, and the new operator needs to get a different unit. That's what I have to say.
Mr. Chair?
Why is this an agenda?
Is this part of
Yeah,
our
right.
agreement with OU?
No, it's a separate storage unit that you have to get on your own.
Well,
I
then,
didn't
it's
know
just up
what-
for an operator, whoever gets it to do that.
Have to
Mr.
deal.
Chair,
I said, I think Larry had that before too.
There's a different one. Go ahead, Sally. I'll catch up.
I was gonna say, the only reason I made this an agenda item is because from my understanding, it is extremely difficult to get any sort of storage in that area. I mean, I'm down for whatever you guys wanna do. I just thought I would leave it up to you guys as a group. Like, do we find some way to fund this until it's posted permanently? Or do we just let it go?
It's $215 a month if you want to fund it first.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I've been to the storage unit. It's also kind of dangerous to
It's
try to get
crusty.
to it.
It has a huge lift to get this cart out of the.
Just, yeah. And
What
then
was
just
the,
to drive to get to it is kind of a weird. you got
What's that highway you
deep
take to
ravine
get
or
on
whatever on the other
33?
side.
Is it 33?
It's not.
There's another
It's
unit
not something.
storage on 33. You pass up your
There's
turn.
several of them.
No.
Okay, so yeah,
Mr. Chair,
and it doesn't sound like the best plan. Go ahead, Frank.
do we have any on-site storage at OU Athens?
No, we should probably ask. Can we ask to get to work on that? That's a good idea, Frank.
I mean,
I don't know if they'll give it to us, but all I can say is no.
We just took the whole campus.
Mr. Chair, UC told me no a bunch of times, and now I have storage officially. That's all I'm saying. So don't ask once.
Seth, I'm putting you on that part.
Mr. Chair, again, I think that the whole worry about this is that this will be even less enticing for someone to permanently want this facility. And that's our only concern is that, there's no storage and there's no guarantee for storage. Now, I didn't realize how crappy said storage was, but that was our only concern.
If you know what the worst, if you gotta move your drinks in the winter, it is no storage.
Yeah.
The candy ain't such a hassle, but the drinks, that's,
Mr. Chair, Christie, I've been to the storage. We're not losing much. You're not losing much. An operator should get something different. You don't even want to try to drive on it, in that area. It's just like Johnny Mac said, you're not losing much.
I know, but there's nothing down there, from what I understand. So what other storage, and again, if we get someone from that area to bid on it, it's not like someone from, Columbus can get storage in Columbus that's good and adequate and then drive it down there, or Cincinnati, there's nothing available down there.
Christie, Mr. Chair, Christie, I have to haul everything from, and even though there is storage in the area, but we haul our product all the time.
Okay.
It's okay. I think the issue is Plan A, let's see if we can get storage on the base. Servicing that many buildings, I don't think they should mind. I think we should push hard for it. That's a huge campus. Giving us a little piece would not hurt them. Plan B, then we'll have that posted in the posting that you have, there's no on-site, isn't that what we always do? No on-site storage. But I think Plan A, because we have so many buildings in the whole campus, as big as that campus is, I'm sure that we should be able to procure some kind of storage.
John?
If you do approach them about more storage, don't forget about like the Ridges. That place is 80% empty. It's scary as hell, but it's very close to the college.
What's it called? Ridges?
The former insane asylum where we have 4 locations, the Ridges across the river. Yeah.
What was
That sounds scary.
What was that place where the people cooked food? And it was like an abandoned building. Or no, that was Hawking, never mind.
I don't know about that.
Sounds like the health department would have been crazy about that location.
Half the building was empty and Pepsi couldn't even find their own machines in there.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, there's that.
Do there need to be a vote for us to ask Buell to act and try to push for storage?
Christie would probably could just answer right now.
What's the question, sorry?
Does there need to be a vote for you all to go and ask
OU.
for storage?
So there does not need to be a vote. We'll ask. I know the answer, but we will ask again. The answer is no. We can ask multiple times.
And use
But we
John's
can ask
reference.
again. Yep.
John had a vacant building that could be used.
Yep. Are we presenting them with the challenge if they call it to our operators?
I'm sure they don't.
Yeah,
Mr. Chair.
Amy?
Sarah just messaged that she has a request in for storage at the Ridges.
Cool.
Cool, we had
Nice.
no idea.
So the ask is in already, so we'll see what the answer is.
I'm probably gonna say no on that one.
Oh, John, we got OU on the plate. How's the machines coming along and how many more do you need and all that stuff?
We have 54 snack machines up and running in 54 buildings, and they're doing about 12,000 a month. Coke got the contract to put in Coke machines at the end of July. As of right now, they started installing their first machines February 1st. We have 10 buildings up and running out of 72. The Coke equipment that's coming in is 20 years old. Some of it's being delivered broken with like broken compressors, no cash boxes, no bracket for the cash boxes. Every machine that Coke delivered in the first 2 rounds had to be repaired. I have not seen them. They were delivering machines on Thursday. I haven't seen those yet.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a question? Is the consultant communicating this to OU, or the Bureau communicating the issue with these Coke machines, this contract that they entered into?
Yes.
What kind of equipment they're getting?
Mr. Chair, 1,000%. Sarah is on this, has been on it, is constantly communicating with OU. OU's frustrated. It's their contract. We had a conversation that I was a part of. The Coke rep actually threw Amy under the bus. She was not present. And stated, that the OU rep even, he was so bold to say to Coke, do you not even want this? Like, he was on Front Street on that with them. But we are going to continue to, every time we have an update, I say to Sarah, we need to send OU that update because their students are suffering too. Our operators are suffering, the students are suffering. So we will continue to pressure them to rectify this.
Thank you.
Just
We got
email
John.
back and
Oh, yeah.
forth, or are you talking to somebody?
Both, both.
Oh, go ahead, John.
To further, I'm not sure who was talking over there, but to further that up, we've received a lot of emails from individual buildings. When is McCracken, when is, Perkins getting their machine? I have replied to every email that they got the new Coke contract, and we are all waiting on Coke. Every single time we're waiting, as soon as the machines are in, they will be filled. And we have been communicating that continuously.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, this mess up at OU Athens is just, I don't know what to say about Coca-Cola other than there's no excuse for any of this. And then it's starting to kind of occur at other universities, such as at the University of Cincinnati, to the point of some of our operators down there were told by, I think, the Pepsi sales rep in Cincinnati for UC that Pepsi don't run service calls on their own machines. That he was telling our operators they needed to really get somebody else to service those machines. Anytime I've had a Pepsi machine in a private sector or a Coke machine, Coke or Pepsi service those machines. We didn't call Schaefer
Yep.
because they're branded machines.
They're trying to pass the savings on to us.
So anyway, that process that's going on at OU Athens, I hope isn't going to become an issue at UC and at other universities across the state. And I'm hoping, and it sounds like our program and management and the consultant are trying to work with OU Athens, and I'm hoping OU Athens, pouring rights agreement or not, can put some pressure or heat on Coca-Cola because these machines have already been installed and up and running. And I think, and John McNamara can speak to this, if I understand correctly, Coke has also said they're providing no glass run machines.
No.
Mr. Chairman.
John?
I use Pepsi contracting machines, and they fill them, they repair them themselves.
I think some of these places are trying to save on expenses and see what they can get us to do.
Oh, Mr. Chair, so Matt Merchant, the Pepsi rep for UC, he's the one that told me that typically they don't provide service for machines that are placed like that they do it as a courtesy to UC because they're so big. And the Pepsi guy that assisted with our position to take over the pop machines down there, he even said, yeah, we don't typically do this, that they just do it for UC.
Every one of us has branded machines at some point.
Yeah, it's their machine.
Yep.
Their Pepsi service
Well,
is
can I put
terrible.
Coke in there? No, I can't put Coke. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. I don't know what they're trying. OU needs to do something, but I guess if they're okay with it, I'm afraid of any other schools transitioning like mine running into that problem.
Well, Mr. Chair, I think we obviously have to keep the pressure on them to keep the pressure on Coke. I mean, it's their pouring rights agreement. If they can't exert some pressure.
Chair?
Yeah, they're not doing their contract.
Coke does not care if they're selling product on campus. They care that Pepsi is not.
Yeah.
That is their whole point.
Too big to fulfill their obligations, I guess. All right, we got one more thing on the agenda, and then anything else. We got Rule 3A. I think that was a Sally requested that.
Derek.
Is that Derek's?
It was a joint effort. But hold on, let me pull up the rules 3 days ago. So, Mr. Chair, D from the Z gave me this.
D from the Z. D from the Z.
Hell yeah.
Call back.
This gift
I'm getting
that-
shirts for everybody.
The
He
Z.
gave me this gift that has kept on giving for the
welcome.
last 2 weeks. But what Rule 3A says is whenever a facility or site becomes available or is proposed to become available, BE shall first determine whether a temp bureau operator agreement is required to ensure continued operations. If the continued operations are not required, BE shall determine with active participation from OVRC whether the facility or site should be attached to another facility, split into separate sites, reconfigured, abandoned, posted, or placed under a TBOA. So essentially, what they're pointing out to me is that the way this reads now is that every single site, facility, everything needs to come before the full committee, not just when a facility is reconfigured, but basically anything that we want to post needs to come before the full committee first. So that's what's prevented, I mean, I know we reconfigured our Columbus facilities, right? But basically, to even post a site, say at UC, we should have brought that to the full committee before posting that. And that's a change from the previous rules, but we wanted to point that out, and I guess, you know, I don't think other than a rule change at this point, we can really do anything except continue to bring things before the full committee. Am I saying that right, Derek? Is that how you read it too?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
That's what it says.
And Columbus is gonna be anything else too, right? The
What?
New Columbus facility.
We got, those came out the other day.
No.
No,
I
it's
mean,
just a draft
they just,
amendment.
I misspoke. Those did not come out. They were emailed the proposed site.
So that's another reason Annette suggested I send those out again, because we do need the approval to move forward from the full committee on those two new Columbus sites.
Mr. Chair.
Seth?
Just to bring it up, if you want to keep reading, it also states in Rule 3 that select committee has to write proposal, not just a consultant. That's it.
And Mr. Chair, so what we try to do there is we have the consultant draft it, and then I try to send it to the local committee to review and tell us any changes they want to make.
Well, I agree with that. I'm just
Yeah.
saying that that's not how it's written.
Oh, it doesn't say it that way, is what you're saying?
It's written that a selection committee will convene to write the proposal.
Okay.
Well, it doesn't exactly say that either.
I believe it does. I read it last night. I could be mixing the words.
Mr. Chair, can someone bring it up and read it to us real quick?
I think that, Mr. Chair, sorry.
And that's not a problem. That has been happening anyway.
Is that 3B? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, it's 3B, one of them. I forget.
3A is the part I just read about, it all having to go, I think the part Seth is referencing is 3B, which says a selection panel will develop a facility or site announcement. An announcement of the facility or site opportunity shall be reviewed by the current operator, which I think we need to do a better job of that. And by we, I mean me, making sure that happens.
I think how you're doing it
Yeah, we have-
qualifies for that. You're developing it, they're putting it together and giving the selection panel opportunity to input and make changes and stuff. That's,
Okay.
Mr. Chair, they should have the current operating agreement as well.
Should have the current operators what?
The rules is the current operation agreement as well.
Yeah.
And they-
Oh, yeah.
and they really
Should
should
be involved, yeah.
Yeah, because they know better than anybody else.
Mr. Chair, so does that apply to new locations such as, I think it's called the National Armory down in Cincinnati? How you're setting it up? And we talked to the Cincinnati OVRC, I think it's Frank and them. And so do we do it right? Is what my question is, for what you're talking about.
Mr. Chair, I think that's how it all came up. It wasn't that particular location, but it was two new sites that you see that were posted. And based on the way 3A is written currently, it should have come before the whole committee before we posted it. And so that's what Derek pointed out, and I said, well, by God, it doesn't seem that way, so.
And Mr. Chair, I think the reason, like, the old rules just dealt with facility, and site was a separate policy, and then we incorporated site, and I don't think that anyone had this intention, because this is going to clog the wheel, it's gonna make it more difficult. We're gonna probably have to meet this committee every month if there's a site attachment to be
Yeah, as soon as
discussed.
the meeting gets canceled.
Yeah, I mean, that's gonna be an issue. The efficiency of this and all of the levels, it doesn't make it very efficient, but it is what it is.
Mr. Chair, so 3A, it says, if continued operations are not required, BE shall determine with active participation from OVRC whether the facility or site should be attached to another facility. Released. Blah, blah, blah. But apparently, it's if continued operations are not required. It doesn't say every single instance.
No, Mr. Chair, David says that referring to a temporary agreement. The Bureau has the ability and needs it, honestly, to be able to put a temp operator in. But if they determine that a temp isn't needed, that they'd like to post it, reconfigure it, do something else with it other than just temp it for a while, that's what that means about continued operation.
No, that's not clear at all. Wow.
It's exceedingly clear.
Yeah, I think it's pretty, unfortunately, it is clear. The Bureau is right in that it does clog up things a lot. I think our intention was, we didn't want reconfiguring, we didn't want a lot of stuff happening to facilities without it coming before the committee first. But I'm with Chris, I don't think anyone intended for that to be every single site, every, every single thing had to come before it could even be posted.
Mr. Chair, the only thing when you start picking and choosing, and it doesn't come before the committee, there is room, you're leaving room for things not to happen on a legitimate, in a legitimate way of people getting attachments or other things. I'm just my buddy, so, I'm gonna help him out. I mean, I think that bringing it for the committee on all of it, even if it clogs the system, it keeps everything on the up and up.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, and also it gives everybody an equal opportunity to, though the name in the hat to be considered for it. Some people don't know about something, how you gonna even ask about it?
Mr. Chair, the more I'm thinking about this, I'm thinking we didn't possibly intend this, because I'm starting to think it through, and I remember some of the conversations of, certain areas, if something went out for bid and nobody bid on it, it immediately went out as site attachments, and people were, gobbling those up, and they're gone forever, which I've always had a problem with them being gone forever, but that's another story. I actually think, the more I think about it, as much as it does clog it up, my recollection is that that's what we actually wanted, because we don't want those situations to happen.
And Mr. Chair, I don't think it clogs things up as much as you suppose.
As long as somebody's running it, it's gonna be all right.
It's not that burdensome, really. I mean, occasionally it might be problematic, but not every time the situation arises is it gonna be problematic.
And Mr. Chair, besides, even if it did clog things up a little bit, we're entitled to some red tape of our own.
Just, Mr. Chair, just so everybody knows, this says the potentiality of a 7 week for a site attachment, 4 weeks for the next meeting for it to be approved, then 3 weeks for it to be posted.
Yeah, it is gonna be cumbersome, but somebody will be running it.
That's okay, but the Bureau does have the ability to put a temp in. So and needs that, obviously. So,
It's the continued operations ahead of that.
And I'm okay with it too, Mr. Chair. I mean, I'll have motions if it becomes a grievance too, and there will be motions behind it. So I think that puts us on a stronger footing there. I just want to follow the rules.
Mr. Chair.
Do we need to do anything about Columbus's routes right now?
we must then.
Yeah, okay.
And the Cincinnati site attachments and DSCC's Facility 511.
Okay. Yvette?
No, I was just wondering, Christie, what would be your thought that they would agree us it coming before the full committee, or?
No,
What would be the agree?
Good.
No, I think that it's stronger that we have a motion that everyone was on the same page versus a local committee and, you know, that, it's just, I think it's cleaner that way. I think if it comes to the full committee and there's a motion behind what everyone agreed, now, again, not everyone agrees with motions, I get it, but, you know, and it's the rule, you've gotta follow the rule the way it is, and I think that, like, let's follow the rule, do it the way the rule says. If it does clog it up way bad and there's issues with it, you can always open up and change that. But, you know, we have to follow the
Okay,
rule.
Mr. Chair, let me make sure I'm understanding. We're talking about it coming to the full committee, right?
Yes.
Okay, because again, we want to be on the up and up, and for appearance's sake, you know, we don't, this is how you keep funny business from happening. And I think that will draw a grievance faster than, you know, anything else.
So, and, yeah, I probably shouldn't brought it
Yeah,
up.
good job,
You know,
Chris.
the question is, you know, for a major controversial thing, this is absolutely, it should come forward. And I think we've had conversations as a group too, where we'll bring something to the full committee and they'll be like, well, that's a local committee decision. But now we're all on the same page, what is and what's not. I think is frustrating for everyone involved is if you have two machines in a building that's brand new in an area that we're gonna have to wait for the next OVRC to discuss this new site opportunity at a little post office that there's only one person that's probably gonna be interested anyway, but we have to follow the process. You can't parse out, to your point, Yvette, and treat one thing different from another.
And Mr. Chair, we've already been down this road, leave it up to the local committee. Doesn't work very well.
No, I don't want to bash them. They try. They do.
The local committee followed the rule.
That's what you say.
Okay.
We
File a
respectfully
File a
disagree.
grievance if you believe the rule was not followed.
I understand. Yes,
Absolutely.
yes, I'm glad that we have those rights.
And when we write rules, pay far more attention to what's going on because they do matter. And they're horribly written because we don't do our jobs effectively when it comes time to legislate.
So we have some, what do you call it, some facilities that are coming out that we need to approve, I guess? Or can we do that today?
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, yes, we would like to do that today. We'd like to for sure get these Columbus facilities out. I understand we've got some people that are eager to bid on them.
Good
so
deal.
That's exciting.
Has everybody had a chance to see them?
Leave some open spots.
Or look at
somebody
them?
else will guarantee
Hear
will
'em?
take too.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move that the two proposed Columbus facilities that was distributed be placed out for bid in the configuration that was determined by the local selection panel.
Oh, wait, oh, jeez. All right, go ahead.
Second.
Great. John brought up a point about CDC. Was there anything else that you were talking about, John?
What's that?
CDC.
What about?
Oh,
About that email.
Are you paying attention?
Route 2. Scott Shepard explained to me that those routes were set up for two particular operators.
Okay, never mind.
And also,
They wouldn't be interested in more work.
Okay. Sorry, just put it out there.
we was planning on maybe putting those out for something else.
Mr. Chair, I think Chris
Depending
Johnson
on what
wants to talk
happens
when
with
we're done.
Mark Lesper's spot there.
I don't,
We're just waiting to hold those other ones, so we might make another.
I don't think, did the Attorney General say that they couldn't talk after a motion was made? Or was I wrong?
I believe the Attorney General said that a committee member not
Couldn't,
present.
okay. All right, go ahead, Chris.
I just wanted to make sure, I haven't heard, and I just was able to get back on the meeting after taking care of the route work. But in this reconfiguration of the downtown Columbus route, a police report that we need to create, John, I had a concern about the configuration as originally designed where two facilities that use cold food machines or sell cold food over the counter were separate rather than on the same book of business. And so what I suggested was the facility that has the road facing floor attached to it should also have DCS, Department of Education and Supreme Court, because there's cold food there, and it's only a block and a half from the road. Versus 412, what the PWC facility does not have cold food, but I suggested flipping those and we don't need definitely not. But I would hate to see the route operator who's got Department of Education and low volume.
Hey, Chris, it sounds like you're talking to some kind of
Speaker.
Mr. Chair?
There's background noise.
Nobody can hear you, Chris.
I understood what he was saying.
I kind of did.
I did.
Can I rephrase what he was saying?
Yeah, thank you, Chris.
So basically, what he was concerned with was that the Rhodes Tower and the Department of Education and the Supreme Court are two different facilities. I have not seen the configuration, but, and the fact that
They had cold food.
it's not a lot of cold food, and it should be part of one facility. But, I ran Department of Education for years with that just being the only machines and had no issues with it. So,
That's where I'm at too. The way it is.
So thanks.
And Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
a large part of the reason Mark and Julie split the routes up the way they did was to make them walkable, so that an operator doesn't necessarily have to have a driver for either one of those facilities, because they were geographically formed. And stop me if I'm wrong, Mark.
Other than the library.
Yeah, the library, which, we could make a site attachment.
Mr. Chair,
Terry?
what was the issue with, John, you brought up a couple of sites that probably would do well at Route 2. What were those sites?
I'm temping just CDC and a Hillard postal branch. It's about $2,000 a month. I mean, there's no way they're standalone sites. I saw when the routes came out, I thought they might have forgotten, so I asked.
So is, Mr. Chair, is there stuff that we've left on the table that's being that's not been made part of these new routes? Because that seems unreasonable if that's the case.
Oh, Mr. Chair, I got two places, which are Doug's old places, still in Columbus area, that's not sure what to do with yet, because they're not really showing any good numbers. So there is other locations, but we plan on putting a third route together. But we was waiting to see what Mark Kasner's gonna do with Twin Valley. Because if he was to bid on something else, he's gonna see about taking part of that facility off that was an attachment that was awarded to that facility and adding it to make another route.
I don't think we can do that.
For instance, CBC is literally across the street from like ODOT on the hill and
Twin Valley.
Twin Valley and Public Safety, so it's all right there.
So, Mr. Chair, we're holding on to stuff to possibly create a third position.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah, I just
And then
didn't
there's
understand that, so that's a
Ohio
great idea.
Pharmacy-
Yeah.
Pharmacy services, which is right there too.
Mr. Chair.
I think Chris wants to talk again.
One.
Go ahead.
What's the proposed
Go to-
sale of the two facilities that he was talking about? Then, we just seen a fine example of why temps and all the other little things need to be brought to the full committee for people to see and understand what's going on. Not to hold a couple for, and you know what I'm saying, make the decision and all the little side moves. That's just what I see. I don't think that's fair.
What's the projected sale?
Well, Mr. Chair, it was the suggestion of the committee that all of the unassigned sites in Columbus be looked at by the local committee and brought back to this committee to decide what to do with all of them. And it is unfortunate that only certain things were brought to our attention ahead of time.
Right.
All of the pieces should have been a part of the email that Sally sent out to say, here's what we did with these sites, Route 1, Route 2, here's what's going to happen with the additional unassigned sites. So it's just a communication error at this point. Otherwise, this would be working exactly the way that it should.
Mr. Chairperson,
Chris, go ahead.
I understand that there was a good faith effort by the local committee, and I appreciate the work of Mark, Julie, and Sally on the objective of making the facility walkable. As a person who's done a lot of walking, I can appreciate that. However, actually, what I'm proposing would bring the cold food facilities closer together, because what I suggested was to flip the BWC building, which does about $7,500 a month, with the Department of Education and Supreme Court, so that roads where they buy cold food and have good storage and good freezer space, and is only a block and a half away, considerably closer than the BWC to the roads, that those facilities that sell cold food and can get cold food in volume in the over-the-counter operation could then transport some of that.
We got it, Chris. We heard that the first time. Thank you.
But I didn't hear that is part of the configuration. Has
No,
that been done?
we haven't decided yet, but we heard your input. Thank you, Chris.
Okay, well, it's closer. It's closer than BWC.
Yep, that's what you said. We got it.
We still have a motion.
Mr. Chair, but there's storages on BWC and the Department of Education where you can keep your frozen and refrigerated foods.
Thank you, Julie.
And Mr. Chair, there is refrigerators and freezers in the Department of Education.
Got you.
And
Call for the question, Mr. Chair.
We got a motion on the table. Are you guys ready to vote? Frank?
Yeah.
Annette?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Keith?
I don't remember the question.
It was putting those two routes out for bid that were sent out to everybody.
Okay, yes.
And I'm yes as well.
Derek.
Oh, I'm sorry, Derek. D from the Z. I got it.
Forgot to see.
Yes to the yes.
And I'm yes as well.
Now, Mr. Chair, I'm interested in the remaining pieces that are unassigned, and I'm curious about the notion of, is Mark Casmer's facility involved in some of the hopes?
Yeah, just part of it, just part of the hope.
Part of it, okay. Because Mark, we're hopefully going to talk about
Yeah, that's
that
what I-
decision at some point. But if Mark doesn't decide to vacate his current facility, does that change things? Is what we're hoping to peel off of his to create a third facility, will that
Mr. Chair.
change things considerably to where we probably should have just added those other things to? I'm just wondering, because if that's a significant portion of the third route we hope to create, and he chooses not to vacate his facility, maybe we should wait until Mark makes his decision before we make the determination on routes 1 and 2. You know what I mean? If the stuff we're hoping can be Route 3 should be on routes 1 and 2, and part of that's contingent on Mark's decision, shouldn't we wait till Mark's decision is made?
Mr. Chair,
Sally?
Derek, it's not peeling anything off of what Mark is currently operating. So currently he
Oh, I
has
see.
Twin Valley and ODOT, the ODOT headquarters,
He's
which is
temping
right in
right
the parking
No,
lot.
that's
He's currently temping Ohio Pharmacy Services, and then Johnny Mac is temping CDC, which those are right next to the Twin Valley and ODOT. And then the ODOT, I call it ODOT on the Hill, but it's where like the ODOT sign shop was. That was part of John D's education facility.
So,
And so
Mr. Chair.
those are all right in the same area, so we thought if he vacated, and again, Mark, stop me if I'm jacking the thought.
if
If
he
he vacates, we could add it to that, it would all be right there.
You can
If
add-
he decides not to, we
It
could
could be
post them
attached.
separately.
Okay, so wait a second. So you're wanting to take all of these things that are currently being temped and attach them to Mark Casmer's facility if he vacates it?
No.
None. Okay, so if nothing we're talking about is currently assigned to anybody permanently, why don't we just go ahead and create the third route today and post it along with the other two?
Mr. Chair, because those little pieces don't even come close to a facility, a third facility.
Okay, so what is it we're hoping to attach them to?
Twin Valley?
Twin Valley.
Okay, that's my question.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that I have a problem with. Twin Valley is big enough that it doesn't need side attachments.
Mr. Chair.
Is Route 1 and 2 gonna be as big as Twin Valley? Then we need to put this stuff with routes 1 and 2 to make them
Go ahead, Annette.
as good as they possibly can be.
I just say, why don't we just put them out the way the local selection panel, and if we need to,
They
those
can
things
side
can
attachments.
go out as side attachments later, and the successful bidders on routes 1 and 2 would have the opportunity to take them, or, you know, to bid on them, or not. We still have the stuff that Mark is doing, was Doug's things. There are still other things in Columbus. These two routes, I'm trusting the local selection panel that they did a good job putting these two routes together. I think that they should just go out like we just voted as is, and later, if there's other side attachments, we can't put another facility together, then
Mr.
they'll
Chair.
be treated like side attachments.
Mr. Chair, my question never got answered. What is the projected sale for the?
Route 1 was 226,000 and 2 was 157, maybe?
Mr. Chair.
Is that annually?
Yep, that was a sales. Seth?
Just, does the local committee have an idea of what they're going to do with these if Mr. Casper doesn't bid out? You already have a plan, just side attachment?
OU?
Well, except for the ones I'm temping right now, I don't know what it's a micro market, and it's Doug's, and
And it's not near any of those.
it's not near none of them, and it's not near probably none of them, so it's no probably attachments. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Keith.
so the numbers you just gave were not the two that he said, the micro, I can't get my word.
The micro market was Doug
Right.
Russo's location.
Yeah.
It's not been assigned anything yet.
So it don't have annual sales yet? Okay, that's what I'm wondering.
Mr. Chair, it should have annual
What you say, John?
sales. It should have annual sales because Doug was running it and Mark running it.
So what is it? What's the
Doug
question?
put them all, it was all numbered for all of them, it wasn't separate from his attachments.
But that's why if.
It's
Mr.
doing-
Chair, if the attachments, shouldn't we know individual sales?
We will by the time.
Right, but I just started something in January, so,
Okay.
but I know that micro market,
Didn't know that
it's doing
either.
about $4,000 a month, and that don't justify a micro market, so, I mean,
No,
it's,
no.
I'm hoping it'll start picking up, because that's a lot of overhead for a little bit of money.
Yeah, and that's why I was asking these questions.
So I don't think nobody even, I wouldn't be interested even as a side attachment, personally.
And
That's
we got
fun.
the Cincinnati stuff and the.
Well, one more thing, Mr. Chair. There was quite a difference in the sales between routes 1 and 2. Is there any possibility of taking any of the stuff that's left now, since we know we're not going to create a full facility? Is there any chance of bringing that 150 up closer to the 225 of the other facility to make it more attractive?
Well, one facility has a C-store, which will need a full-time employee.
One of the things that's not assigned right now?
No,
Is
that's
it
the one a
routes
part of
and
one, the first route.
Okay, well, what's that got to do with adding more sales to the 150?
Well,
place?
it's, having a full-time employee will cause you more expenses. I just put that out there just off of what I
So
do.
if you have to have a full-time employee, don't you want more sales coming into your business?
Where are you going, Derek? This bigger location has the full-time employee at the C-store.
Oh, I see, so it's less profitable.
Yeah, that would be it.
Okay.
Higher growth, less profit.
We're trying to keep them all centralized.
So,
So
yeah, this sales
Mr. Chair.
And we're not really running a C-store anymore. Isn't that going to be a micro market? I thought
It
that-
probably should be something.
C-store now.
Mr. Chair.
John?
Just for clarification, the stuff that they have separate, that they haven't connected to downtown is away from downtown. So it really makes more sense to put out the ones downtown to make them, if we need to put them on a side.
I mean, they can all be revisited as side attachments in the future if
Can I finish
they
with
keep.
that? I was gonna say, and then let the people downtown put them on their facilities if they want, or go out there first. Instead of forcing them to have to say, no, I don't want it.
Mr. Chair?
Julie?
Yes, and these routes are really great. Mark was talking about the fact that they enable them to hire blind employees, which is one of the prerequisites for us. And so blind employees could walk that route too. So, you know, we're killing a lot of stones, we're taking a lot of stones here by being able to do that.
Thank you, Julie. Thank you for that. We got some other things we need to vote on.
Mr. Chair,
Yep.
just so I'm clear, we are going ahead and posting as they are currently?
Yes.
correct? Okay. And then just one more thing and I'll be quiet. Maybe.
I think there's two more things, but go ahead.
But what I'll try to do going forward with OVRC reports is every month, or every month, I can just list everything that's being temped, and if I've got figures for those, I can include them. That way, as a committee, people can kind of look at things and have an idea of what's out there, where it's located, things like that, if that's helpful.
That's a good idea.
That's good.
Okay,
Thank you.
that's all.
We got postings for Cincinnati and DSCC to talk about?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to get, Sarah's been texting me. I just got more information on the Coke machines at Athens. They just installed 9 more yesterday. Supposedly, they're gonna bring 20 next week and 20 the week after that. They would still need about 15 more, so we may have all the Coke machines just in time for the summer slowdown. That's all I have. That's the update.
Just in time for the summer slowdown, it was like that.
All right, what's in Cincinnati?
You got the proposed things for Cincinnati, Sally?
Armory.
There was something to do with UC, because I remember it came out and then it got pulled and.
There's 2 libraries.
I knew there was something.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, in Cincinnati, there is an Ohio National Guard Woodlawn Armory. It's a site. We're hoping to post that as a site attachment.
Okay.
It's a brand new location, so we don't have any sales information.
So you're gonna temp it?
Mr. Chair,
Or
what is
just-
the population, you know? We don't have sales information.
Was you gonna temp it or just, we never posted?
One that, and Dave and Frank, correct me if I'm wrong, that we had decided we were just gonna post it, is that correct?
Nobody was posted, no one applied for it. So then I believe Tanya spoke with Keith Trammell, and he had volunteered to temp it.
Oh, you're temping it, okay. Then that we don't need to discuss, correct? Because temps are still up to the local committee.
Well, Mr. Chair,
The posting of it?
the question is if there's something to be done with this site, then it has to come to the full committee. So if there's currently nothing to be done because you're just continuing operations, then that would leave it really safe.
You haven't even started temping, right, Keith?
No.
Yeah,
And
Mr.
Chair, there's no equipment there yet.
Yeah, let's just wait.
Yeah, we don't have to do that one.
Okay.
When there was one that came out and got pulled and.
Is that the school?
Mr. Chair, that was at UC, and Patrick True reached out to the local committee and said that the building it was in is attached to one of his buildings, so it's basically one big building with two separate names. So he felt that should be his.
He put his flag on it.
I apologize. Oh, can you repeat that?
So at UC, it was called Baldwin, another building. Apparently it's attached to another building that Patrick currently has machines in. And so he felt it was one building and that location should be added to his facility.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, but the
That-
rule says it should be put out as a site.
Get you the next set.
right? Even if he will get it, I think that we need to stick to the way, stick to the rules and what we should do when a new facility come on. Even if it is near, closest location, bid on it as a site attachment. In my opinion, that would be the right thing to do.
Set?
Mr. Chair, I just want to point out to people not familiar with UC, I have two machines, one right on top of the other on floors, and they're separate buildings. So they have to literally be 20 foot apart. They could literally be 20 foot apart and have two separate addresses, two separate building names. That's something else to keep in mind, just as when dealing with UC.
Mr. Chair, that seems to be pretty common, that, I mean, that's how it is at OSU, the Wexner Hospital. I mean, yeah, they might have different addresses, but, it's a 2-second walk from one.
Mr. Chair.
Would it be safer to put it out? Go ahead, Derek.
Oh, so that's true, but that doesn't inform how to make the decision as to whether something goes out as a site attachment. It is never proper to take any piece of business and attach it to an already assigned facility. That's the reason for the site selection process being in Rule 3 anyway. So you have to trust the site selection process to place a proposed site where it should reasonably go, because it's only 20 feet apart. But that doesn't mean, because you think you know the outcome, that you can skip the process. Why Rule 3 was constructed the way that it was, so that those kinds of things don't happen outside of the process.
Set?
Just as a point of clarification, just to understand. So if I'm in a building and there is a proposal for a new area in my building, the suggestion is that should go out as a site attachment as opposed to just a continuation of my already existing facility that is in that building and has the vending.
Correct.
So if you get a new machine at your rest stop, should that go out for everybody?
Yes. Well, no, wait a second. No, is it a new machine, as in, I don't have a coffee machine, now I decide I want a coffee machine? Or is it that there's new proposed business? I mean, there's a difference.
We used to have the 100-foot rule. If it's within 100 foot, it's the same facility. That was gotten rid of. So now we have, it's the idea of the BE and the grantor as to what is a suitable site. So where are we drawing the lines on suitable sites? Is a building a suitable site, or is only the individual area, the footprint of one machine a suitable site? I mean, we're getting into the weeds here, but.
Well, like,
I mean, I got a new machine delivered, I've stocked it, it didn't go out.
The rule, Mr. Chair, the rule states, Rule 3A says, anytime there's a new facility or site proposed, that's what you need to follow. A new machine isn't a proposed new site necessarily. I mean, I'm operating with 4 machines at my current facility. I need a 5th machine right there in that bank of machines, no, that shouldn't go out as a site attachment. But if it's at all outside of the current bank of machines, then yes, that's new proposed business that's different than what you're describing.
Mr. Chair, we went through all this here last fall or last year sometime, and I don't know, at one point we landed exactly where Derek's saying. I remember we had the thing with the Secretary of State's office, and we had the big debate on it, and it was decided then that everything that wasn't in the same bank of machines, no, not necessarily even the same building, the same bank of machines, was to go out as site attachment. But then I remember there was some other, and I'm still remember I'm not as young as I used to. I don't remember where we had other issues, and I remember us doing something a little different, agreeing that didn't work for that. And so I'm trying to remember what happened, so people can.
I think part of it was, we were talking specifically about UC and the pop
Okay.
machines that were.
Right, they
by
were in the
our
same
staff.
banks of machines, so we knew we didn't want two operators in the same bank of machines, that would have been silly. So, I know when we did the Secretary of State's office, we decided that it should be, if it's new, if it's not in the same bank of machines or an operator already has the established business, that it go out as a site attachment. And I'm pretty certain that's where we landed, and I know that's cumbersome, I know sometimes it's silly. I thought it was silly in that case, but it did work out the way it was supposed to, so.
And Mr. Chair, if I may, that's the distinction, is that it's a new opportunity. The thing that you see, and I always objected to just handing the pop machines to the facilities that were there that had the snack machines. That's a new proposed type of business that wasn't being conducted at the time. So those all should have gone out as site attachments. And you would have to presume that the site attachments to the site selection process would have ended up putting those there. But the idea of not just handing stuff to people is to prevent, like they were talking about on the other side of the room there a little bit ago. Sometimes there's the old boy network that's just going to put shit wherever they want to, and that's not fair to everybody else. And yes, it might seem weird sometimes, but if it's a new type of business that's being added anywhere, it needs to go through a process, and not just through two people making a decision that are in the area and all of that. That's why we set this up the way that we did. Now, if you're already doing pop and snack sales in your facility, and instead of 2 pop machines, you need 3 pop machines, that's not a proposed new business. It's the same thing, you're just expanding the services a little bit. But if you're adding something new, then yes, it should go out.
Well, I mean, you guys should understand, you guys are 3 operators on one campus. You guys, if somebody handed that machine to David and say, well, wait a minute, that doesn't make sense. Why didn't we have a vote? You guys be carrying on about that.
Well, Mr. Chair, first off, the pop machines that he would objected to being just given to us, they're literally right beside our existing snack machines. And
He
they've been
didn't
in
necessarily
operation
object,
since-
he said it would be fair.
No, he said
To
he
put
would
it
have,
out.
he said he would have objected to that.
Mr. Chair, I objected to the way that went down because that was new proposed business. Nobody down there was doing beverages, so it was a new thing. And the additional, all of that additional business might have created new jobs. And I know it would have been difficult to figure out a way to create new jobs with it and all of that, and that's why I never raised a stink about it. But this does inform the current discussion about why we need to do things that way.
Mr. Chair, what is this facility called, Sally? University of Cincinnati Baldwin?
That's the site name, yes.
That's the site name? Mr. Chair, I move that be put out as a site attachment.
I need a second.
Okay.
All right, let's.
So Annette made the motion that UC Baldwin be put out as a site attachment. Who seconded?
Keith Trammell.
Keith Trammell.
All right.
Sorry.
Frank,
I'm going to abstain.
Annette,
Yes.
Mark,
Yes.
Dave,
I got a question, I don't know if you can answer before I give my answer, because we're gonna run into a problem with, Jose Belinda at Cleveland State. He's running all the vending machines.
Not during a vote,
Never
not
had
during a
soft
vote
drinks,
day.
but now he's gonna get those.
Yeah, that's in the future. We'll
But
cross
we've
that.
already
This summer.
agreed, we've already agreed to give them to
Well, I mean,
the local committee.
And the local committee already agreed to.
You know,
Mr. Chair, if
I'm gonna say the
we're
same thing
overturning the local
Frank said,
committee,
I'm
what
gonna
happens?
abstain from answering.
This is a-
Confused too, so I'm not.
Mr.
This
Chair,
is
you're in
a-
the middle of a vote. You can't have any conversations during a vote.
I just need an answer, Dave, sorry.
I'm gonna abstain from answering.
Keith,
Yes.
Derek,
Yes.
and I'm yes as well. Thank you, guys.
Did it pass?
Yeah.
It passed.
Mr. Chair.
No, yeah, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
So,
If we're going to overrule the local committee, why even bother with the local committee putting things out?
you
I guess
guys
that
didn't
would be
put
the
it out,
question.
did
The
you?
local committee's not supposed to put things out. That's
The
what, that's
local
the whole
committee
point.
decides what is a site or what is a facility and whether it goes out. Well,
No.
That's the way we've been doing it. We're changing that now, and that's
No,
fine.
it's
I'm
not.
just saying.
We're beginning to follow the rules, and I don't know that there's been any real instances lately where that's happened so much, except recently at UC. Maybe it's happened in other places, I don't know, but we certainly need to follow the rule that's in place. And if we need to start doing that now, and because we screwed up before, that's fine.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair, Dave is absolutely right, and I didn't mean to interrupt you, Dave. You're making a very valid point. That's going to be a huge discussion and a huge problem, because what is going on there, I believe, has to mirror what happened at UC, or we've got a problem. But at the same time, doing it that way violates the rules, as far
Yeah,
as I'm
because right
concerned.
now, there's 120 socket machines at Cleveland State.
It does not
It-
violate the rules because it wouldn't be a facility or a site.
Do what?
It's just part of what's already there, so it doesn't violate.
Right, but he's
Well,
never
no,
had
he's
soft
not,
drinks
he's not
before.
running them. We're not running the pop machines.
Never have.
Never have, that's right. So that's new, according to the rule, that's new stuff.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Those are
There's
new
no
sites, new
definition for
proposed
new
sites.
There's no definition in the rule for new stuff.
Well, and that might be
There's a
true, and I hope it
definition
does
for a
go that
facility
way.
and for a site.
Mr. Chair.
I got your bet, then.
Mr. Chair, I think that when you get into that situation where the Bureau just, got the pouring rights for that, on a college, and you have snacks on there, you get that, it only makes sense to give it, to have that with the new operator. I wouldn't say that is a new business. I would not say that. When you're putting in machines in another building or on a stage, that's new business. You know, but when you have your snacks and that we just got the pouring rights on a college campus, and those folks are on that campus, so they don't, it should go to them. I don't believe that would be considered, yeah, you're gonna make more money getting new business, but I don't consider that being a new business. I mean, to me, that's.
Mr. Chair.
I got Seth, and then you, Derek.
Just to clarify, to Derek's point about UC, I actually had pop on UC before the first transition. With the new building digital feature, I had pop in there before we transitioned to the pop machine. So there were one operator on campus that had pop. And my second question is, back to the new machine that I just got at Clifton Court. That is an expansion of my current, but there's no room where my current is. So where do we draw the line on that? I mean, I have a space that's full of 3 machines. This is the 4th machine that's needed. I blow out my pop machines, both of them, every week. So this is a new, where's the line drawn on that? Inside the same building, expansion of the current.
Well, the way the line gets drawn is you have an effective site selection process, and we have one, and it accounts for all the things that should cause that, once it enters the site selection process, to be given to your facility,
The proper
because that's where it reasonably belongs, and the site select. But What is
I'm sorry
avoided
to
is
interrupt.
people
That didn't
handing
happen.
stuff when the line is blurry. It avoids people being able to hand stuff to their cronies or whatever. It's just having a nice, neat process in place that should work the way that you would expect it to in most cases. And it avoids the problem of people giving stuff to their buddies or whatever. That's all that this is for. The problem with the beverages being added online after the fact is that the Bureau failed to acquire that and that's a problem. But the problem's been resolved because we don't do that anymore. So moving forward, all facilities created are going to be brought online with the snack and the pops. So Galenda's place might be, and Owen's might be the only two left where we have to deal with it. Well, and OSU.
OSU's coming.
Yeah. So those are the only places left where we have to do it. And because we've already gone down the path of, and that's probably right. You just add the pop there. The ideal, though, would be that when we brought all that new business on, we created new jobs. But we can't do that. There's no reasonable way to do that. And it's unfortunate because we failed to begin with to not acquire the beverages when we acquired the snacks. So it's a tragic situation.
Mr. Chair.
And I hope, and I do personally hope that Jose's facility gets all the beverages added to his
I'm
snack
gonna
machines.
ask that we move along because it's just a bunch of back and forth, and we all realize everybody's positions, and that's what we're here to do, vote. And
Mr. Chair, I just have one question. Who on the committee does Derek believes is behaving like that?
He probably doesn't need to answer that, but if he wants to.
Mr. Chair, I have one more location.
Thank you, Sally.
You're so welcome. And this one shouldn't be very controversial, so. I know, shouldn't be. Words, famous last words, right? So, Yvette has been temping the two right path routes for us, which we put together to temp. We no longer believed they were separate facilities because machines through the pandemic and over the years had been reduced. Some buildings never really came back. So we had believed that it is now one job, it's one vending route instead of two. At some point, we need to post that. Last motion was that she would do it like through the end of March. So is everyone okay if we post that as one facility? Since that will technically be a reconfiguration from where it was previously.
Mr. Chair? Oh.
And then,
We already voted, I think, to put that as one facility, because it already came out for bid as one facility.
Okay, did it?
It's already.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
It is.
But we can vote to post it.
And then, Mr. Chair, the other thing is in January, I think Keith Trammell had put a motion out there that we extend that temp agreement, and after the discussions, we ended up withdrawing it because we said the Bureau could continue to temp it for, I believe it was 90 days or something like that. We would take it later if we needed to. So I guess we're at that point.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I move that we put the Wright Patterson building out for bid.
Right, Patterson. And Keith?
Annette, and then Keith. Yeah. All right, do we have any discussion, or can we go into?
That's all facilities at Wright Patterson?
It
It's
was
a-
two that we made one.
The two.
Well, Ms.
It's got a facility number.
698.
698 and 697, 698?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, it's just 698.
The reason why I offered to temp it is to trying to get it, working with Scott Shepherd, the consultant, to try to, see what we can do to engage, bring more business back in the buildings, figure out what the configuration of what machines where. We are attempting to do some of these things, but getting some of the branded Coke machines out, assessing. I did woefully underestimate how much time it will take, but putting it, just put it out for bid, see what you get. Because, some of these buildings, by the time we got all the credit card things, we didn't get the credit card stuff up and running to the beginning of February. There was a bunch of issues with getting the other half of it going, and then, trying to get the machines, all the, machines loaded properly and doing some of the stuff, clean up it to the areas. It took time. So, could I, we wanted to do some surveys in each of the buildings to try to see, what the people wanted and that kind of thing. I didn't leave myself enough time, but hopefully the new operators can do, because it's necessary. We got big machine, a lot of big machines in buildings that, I looked on my city live and they're doing like $20 or $30, so it's gonna take time to, that person's gonna have to figure that out.
Thank you. I guess we can go into a vote. Frank?
He stepped out.
Frank stepped out, so
No,
it'll be
Annette.
Dave for the moment, I guess.
Thank you. Oh, we can wait. How long is Frank gonna be gone?
I don't know.
Dave can-
Probably the restroom's probably ready.
Oh, yeah, Dave, you're here.
What was,
What were we talking about?
The Wright
What have you been
Patterson
doing?
vending route out for bid.
If it ain't about your facility.
all right, then I vote yes.
I vote yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Keith?
Yes.
And Derek?
Yes.
And I'm yes as well. There's a good chance you'll still be there, you at.
Oh,
Yeah, there's a real good chance of that.
trust me, it's a lot of work, so.
DSCC?
Yeah, the SCC.
Well, the first easier one is Facility 511. And previously, the committee had said they want to temp it until something changes because there was new population moving into the building. The new population's moved into the building, and we're getting a better picture of what that might end up looking like. And it may be time to post that. Just a suggestion.
That's your vote, motion?
Motion?
I'll second.
Okay, is
I
that,
prefer not to make that motion.
oops.
Well,
Yeah, he said-
and facility number, what was it?
511?
511.
But it's only half of 511, right? Or is that the,
No, it's 511.
okay, it is 511, okay, because I thought there were two
Is that-
together.
that's
It's a
right.
mess. The MOR situation was a mess, and I don't
511
know.
was previously Rick's
Okay,
vending
so-
plus the micro market in
511
21.
is 21,
So right
yeah.
now, 511 is just that micro market plus it has some vending.
The 21 building.
Yeah, not the one that came out before, that
No,
only
no, no, no,
contract,
no,
the
that's-
other micro market
Right.
with some attached vending.
Yes.
The micro in building 20.
Yep, John.
It's a combination of Rick's and Vincent's.
Okay, so I will move to put that out for bid.
I'll second.
That was Dave?
No, not yet.
Mark.
Oh,
Actually,
sorry.
he's coming right now.
You gotta catch him up now.
At least he hasn't sat down yet, so if you hurry.
Dave?
Yes.
Annette?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Yes.
Dave? Keith?
I'll abstain. No, I'm abstaining. Go ahead.
You're abstaining, Derek?
Yes.
And I'm yes as well.
Okay.
And then the other thing at DSCC is the local committee, Sally, Seth, and myself, decided at one point to give Mark an amount of time to make his decision as to whether to accept Facility 487 or not, until we had a better idea of what the base was going to do in terms of opening up new food service and possibly relocating the micro market to the third floor from the current space that it's in. There's been some talk by some highly respected operators in the program who are unhappy with that, and I don't necessarily disagree with them. And I was hoping to have a brief discussion with the committee so that the local committee could make a decision as to when to ask Mark to make his final decision.
Mr. Chairman, can we go back to the 511 really quick?
If, no, we can finish up after. Can you hold off till we're done with this discussion?
Yeah, of course.
Mr. Chair, it's unfair that you all are pressuring him to make a decision on what, he got a bid that's being undone, and you're asking him to suck it up, take this bid or else. That's unfair, because what he actually bid on is not what he's getting. You all need to fix the problem.
Mr. Chair.
So he'll get what he bid on, not what's left.
Go ahead, Seth.
Mr. Chair, as a member of the local committee, I'm 100% against forcing him to decide until the facility is hammered out with
That's
the
unfair.
DSCC. It's just, there was no discussion with the local committee since the bidding process, so I'm not sure where this is coming from. Because as a member of the local committee, I was not involved.
Mr. Chair, the Bureau dropped the ball, didn't get the
Wait,
contract.
Mr. Chair.
This is a discussion. Yeah, we're not making anything happen.
Mr. Chair, Seth was part of the decision to do this, but Seth was part of the decision, and I agree with him that it's difficult to force Mark to make a decision. And Seth and Sally and I all agreed that we would not do that. But what Seth is saying, he's not been part of the discussion since
That was made.
Since it was mentioned by other operators earlier this week.
Okay.
That we have not had a conversation, the local committee has not had a conversation. But I was wanting to ask the opinion of the full committee before we had that discussion with ourselves, to get your input, before Seth and I and Sally have to make the hard decision of whether to allow him to continue to not make a decision until things are settled. And by the way, things may never be settled, or ask him to make a decision. So I just want input from the rest of the committee before Seth and Sally and I have to make the decision of whether to allow him to continue to not make a decision, or force him to, or give him a deadline, a hard deadline as to when he should make. That's all.
Mr. Chair, has Mark been able to benefit from any profit from this facility that he actually was awarded?
Well, he ain't working it, so hell no.
He was awarded it, and it's not his fault that it's not going to be what he bid on.
He decided not to transition. It was his decision not to transition into the facility.
And what's the reason for that, Derek? Why did he decide not to transition? Because you all are going to throw him upstairs, and the micro market that he bid on, it will be no more. And the sales that you all, that was in that bid, will not be the same. There is legitimate reasons why this man did not transfer.
Exactly.
So I don't know why we're all playing, you all playing like, you're kings or something, and as if he is doing something wrong. He's doing what he should do.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, Larry stepped out, so Annette and then John.
I don't think anyone's doing that. I think what people are trying to decide is, A, has there been any movement? Are there any signs from the base? Because nobody wants to force Mark, and I don't think that was the intent of anybody to play king or try and do anything like that. I think people are just saying, when do we decide that a decision has been made enough with the base that it is acceptable to ask him to make that decision? And I don't know that time, that the concern that I have is, I don't know if that time will ever come. I think this base is gonna play hard and loose and never give us an answer to this thing until they either A, get somebody in there, or B, just let it fly. Because they might say, okay, we haven't found anybody, you guys can stay, and then 3 months later, change their mind again. That's always gonna be a problem. But we do need to figure something out. Where is that line? And Yvette, you are absolutely correct. What we do need to do is take the stand and say, we're not moving. I've said that all along. I mean, we've said that all along. We should take that stand and say, we are not going. If you want us to move, take us to arbitration, and we'll fight you on it. We may lose someday, but who knows?
Mr. Chair, we are
Hold on. John, then Yvette.
So I have a lot to say on this. So basically, it's a big long story. So back in, when he bid and when he was awarded, nothing was gonna change. A week later, they're like, we're gonna take over the cafeteria ourselves in March. Then they tried to do that, it didn't work. Now they're saying they're gonna take over, they're gonna put an RFP out, and that's another thing that you guys need to discuss with them. I wanna talk about it a little bit after too. They wanna put our RFP out for the cafeteria, and they are telling everybody there's gonna be a vendor at the end of August. This is all coming from, this is not coming from Columbus, this is coming from people over their heads. People in Columbus, and also from customers, because all the customers want the cafeteria there. Not understanding that it's not viable because there's only people that allot 3 days a week. So,
Mr. Chair.
hold on, I'm not done. I got it. I don't know what I'm saying. So if they put a cafeteria there in August and it doesn't work, then they're gonna want us back there again after that. So whether we wait until, I understand why we waited after Thanksgiving, but, you know, we're gonna wait till August and he's gonna make a decision. He knows at this point that in August, he's gonna have to go upstairs, and it's not gonna be as much money. But it's still gonna be decent money. I don't know about that.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
And then-
you bet.
I can't believe you just said that, John.
What, that it's not?
That it's gonna be decent money. It will not. Let's be realistic. You have numbers, hold on. You have numbers. First of all, John, I let this committee know and someone else that was coming, that we heard that. I still talk to some of my customers out there. I heard, I shared with the committee that the rumor was they wanted that cafeteria. You said, I didn't hear that, okay? Then after that bid went out and all that drama, we know where we landed. First of all, you will not get the same business. Speaking from someone who was up on the third floor, the business, you compare those numbers, you will get nowhere near those numbers being upstairs. And the new business will come in full force competing with you. The only option the Bureau has is to fight for that spot. There is no other option.
Mr. Chair, I had a conversation with Terry Smith about this 2 weeks ago, and he said we don't have any right to do that. That's what he told me.
I disagree with you.
Mr. Chair, I respectfully, and I think Terry believes that we could possibly lose it in the long run.
You
And we
want
have
the chair
every
back,
right
Larry?
to file for an arbitration.
I'm back.
And
You want it?
every right.
No,
to,
you can do this. You got it.
Fight it all the way.
All right, Yvette, hang on,
Okay.
I interrupted Annette, let her finish.
No, I was just saying that, yeah, I admire Terry's opinion, and he's probably right in that we could lose in the end. But in the meantime, if we arbitrate this, it could take 10 years where we are still here.
And then they're gonna hate us in 10 years and we're not.
So what?
They hate us now.
Yeah.
Sorry, Chair. They don't hate me.
Well, they might not hate you, but they hate us as a
Hold
program.
hold on, Yvette, did you have something else?
Mr. Chair, John, I know I'm sure you're doing a great job, but believe me, you are not the people that they're trying to pacify. You're not the person that they're trying to, they listen to their union and the higher ups, as you said, but as far as the business that's in there and what's going on, I was on that base for all those years, and trust me, if you do not fight for that space, putting him upstairs, you would have a totally different business. First of all, Laura was already upstairs. So whatever Laura's numbers were, that is the best it gets. But you still have to remember, telework, all that kind of stuff, not everybody's coming back like to the extreme that we may hope like it used to be. So all of those things you have to take into consideration.
Mr. Chair, but you're not gonna have the same expenses she had because it's market marketing, it's not man-made anymore. So the expenses are much lower.
Okay, so this is interesting. Was that Seth?
Yes.
Okay, just one second. So, I mean, this is interesting, and you're right. I mean, we do have to decide whether we're gonna fight for the space, and I think right now what the Bureau is doing is trying to negotiate their way into some stuff and, you know, appease them to some degree and all of that. And if at some point they do put out an RFP for a cafeteria, we have the ability to respond to that, and we'll have to decide whether we want to respond to that at that point. And this all does get very complicated. The question I'm asking is, right now, Seth and Sally and I have to make a decision. And by the way, this was all brought up on the budget call, and Jeff Toll's the one who I respect very much. He's E.F. Hutton, him and Tom Darren, and, you know, they speak. I don't care whether you agree with them or not, you better listen because they've got something smart to say. And he's asking a question, and he made a valid point about allowing Mark to continue to not make the decision. Sets a precedent. What kind of situations are we going to use to allow a person to not accept an award in a selection? I already made the decision that I think we should give him a reasonable amount of time until we see what the base is going to look like before he's forced to decide. I still believe that. But E.F. Hutton spoke, and I want other people's opinion before I revisit the question. And before the local committee. We're not playing kings to that. We did do what you think is the right thing. We did tell Mark he can wait until we see how things shake out. But Jeff Pohl has a very good point about how do we let him do that for 1 year, 5 years, 10 years? Because it could drag on that long.
Well, let me ask you.
And, and the other, well, Steph's got the floor next. So I'm asking for help in deciding when do we ask Mark to make a decision, or do we never ask Mark to make a decision and just, you know, that's the problem. Seth?
Just back to John for a second. You stated that they wanted to move you out in March, but now they're going to move out in August.
Well,
Is that correct? Okay, so your statement that he will move in August regardless, so that's why we should have him make a decision.
No.
I thought you said that. I might have misheard you then.
That's what you're saying, that is going to happen.
Okay, I'm just
That's
saying
the
that
problem.
they
We don't know
said
what's gonna
March.
happen.
If they didn't move us in March, if they say August, that doesn't mean that they're going to move us in August.
The reason, first they said in March because they were going to run the cafeteria themselves.
This is a back and forth that's irrelevant.
Not to me, sir. I'm trying to get questions so that I can make an informed decision. So if John had.
Okay, I'm ending the discussion.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I have a question for probably Sally or John. When is the temp agreement, and I know that's not necessarily relevant, but when is the date of the current temp agreement that John has?
Mr. Chair, if you give me 1 minute, I can pull it up.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair,
I think it's at the end of June.
I'm guessing it's the end of
Probably.
June.
But let me double.
and Mr. Chair, this is reasonable amount of time. It's really hard to define with this situation that we have in front of the committee, even at the local level.
All right.
Mr. Chair,
That's why I brought it to the full committee, because I think it is an important question. And
Mr. Chair?
I wish Jeff was here
You're the chair.
to raise his
there you
points
go.
better.
Mr. Chair.
So, yeah, go ahead, Yvette, and then Seth, and then Larry.
The only issue, one of the issues that you're looking at is Mark's losing too, because he didn't take over his facility because of the potential of the changes that's going to happen, or that's projected. Most likely, the base is stalling because they can't find a company to do this food. That was the issue when I was there. They kept saying they were going to do this, going to do that, but they didn't. No, they couldn't find nobody to bid on it who wanted it. You know,
never
so
mind.
you know, I took on that bringing hot food to them, but the issue still remains. Mark is the one who is the injured party here.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, he is, because the facility he was awarded that you keep talking about. How many times, Derek, since how many times have we went into a facility, put a facility out for bid, and then right after that was awarded, then the facility is not going to be what that person, how many times have we had that happen? Where the facility basically be disbanded or something else is, before the person could even, take over. No, it's unprecedented. We probably maybe had it only happen every blue moon, so you all have to handle that. I mean, I understand, I know Jeff, love him to death, but I'm saying it is unfair.
Hold on, John. I had Larry and Seth.
Oh, I'm taking my name out. You good? I'm done.
Well, go ahead, John. Well, here's, why is it unfair to Mark? I mean, asking Mark to make a decision is unfair, or Mark being presented with the choice of the base as being a bad partner and trying to take the space away from us? I mean, is the injury because of that, or is the injury because we have to decide whether he has to go in or not go in?
Yeah, well, first of all, I think on both ends, but mainly it's because what he bid on is not what he's going to be getting. He's got this micro market on the first floor, prime real estate, blah, blah, blah. That is not what he's getting.
Right. And
It's definitely going to affect the sales.
What would happen if the decision from DSCC came to us a week after Mark transitioned? Now he's really stuck.
Yeah.
He gave up his other job, he started this new one, and it's about to go into the crapper.
Well, but this is the whole issue.
Well, yeah.
If it had happened that way, then we wouldn't be sitting here talking about it.
Absolutely.
But it did not happen that way.
Absolutely.
Mr. Chair. He should be afraid to let go of what he has, not knowing what he's going to get.
Mr.
Yeah, go ahead, John.
And what's the fact, and what he's costing himself probably $200,000 in net income this year. And that's his choice. So I have no, that's.
And
That's what I mean, that's the other injury.
well, hang on. Now that is interesting. I'm going to give this back to you in a minute, Larry, because I want to be part of the conversation. That is my contention, and that was my contention with Jeff, who I had a 2-hour conversation with. There is no harm to anybody currently going on. There is no real harm. There's no harm to Mark because he's in a facility still making a lot of money. It's actually going to expand soon, and he'll make more money. John's running the place now. He's making a lot of money. Why does it matter if we wait 5 years? We've got 2 facilities. They're both being run by blind people who are both making a lot of money doing it. There's no harm to anybody.
I care.
Why do you care if you're making a bunch of money?
Because I'm killing myself doing it for one thing.
Well, then don't do it. Let's do this.
You signed up for it.
Mr. Vice Chair.
No, I give it that. Larry's the chair now.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Annette.
Okay. The harm is that we have a temporary person in a facility who's doing a good job, but who cannot make decisions for a permanent type of thing, like adding food. Maybe John has talked about it here before, that if he had that facility permanently and it was him, he would start putting some top food there. He can't go into that transition and be expected to do that if someone else is going to take over in 2 weeks. Mark can't make that decision because he's not transitioned it yet. So the facility in itself on our part is in limbo a little bit. Now it's in limbo way bigger from what the base is doing. But even us, we can't even answer the base without a transition. We can't even tell them if they put an RFP out. Which operator gets to decide if there'd be something they'd be interested in if an RFP came out? Somebody has to make that decision at some point. I'm not saying that's today, but at some point somebody's got to decide because it's not fair to the facility It's not being run as best as it can be run because there is no permanent operator in there who has the ability to make decisions for the facility in a time when decisions are needing to be made. So that's where some of the harm comes in. And I asked about the temp agreement because at some point, we can't always decide not to continue the temp agreement. That would force somebody, that would force a hand if we chose to do that. At some point, we can say we no longer want this facility to be temp.
You're up, Larry.
Oh, John, go ahead.
The other way I'd be harmed is that I can't, that it's a temp facility, and I don't have a permanent facility, and I can't do things like go on your, be on the OVRC, for example. You know, things like that.
You resigned your.
Go ahead, you quit your job.
No.
And Mr.
Because I was
Mr. Chair, John, you participate on VRC all the time. You on every bus.
Poor John's suffering right now. Give him his,
Well,
give him his minute.
Mr. Chair,
I just was saying.
Mr. Chair, I have all the information I need. Seth, you got any more questions for the committee?
I know what's gonna happen.
Mr. Chair, to Annette's point, I think, as everybody's saying, that there's the literal harm right now, I don't think anybody is being harmed right now. Everybody's still making money. And waiting for a decision to be made, I just think anybody else here, if you bid on something and between you getting awarded the bid and you taking over, the facility is proposed to be completely changed. I think that's something we should have as much leeway as we have, because I know I would appreciate it, and I think every other operator here would appreciate that leeway. Now, the dealings with DSCC, I'm new to this. Apparently, it's a headache from start to finish. So we can't wait on DSCC, because if we set DSCC as our waiting time, we'll be waiting 5 or so years. I think Scott has to feel comfortable in making a decision.
Mark?
And I don't know if I would feel comfortable at this point in time in making that decision. And I defer to the operator in this. And if Scott wants to hang on.
It's Mark.
I'm sorry, Scott, he's no pitcher for the Dodgers.
Scott's the other operator.
Those are on the base too.
I think it's Scott Casper.
Oh.
So if Mark wants to wait, then me personally, I don't see how we force him into that, especially in a situation that is just, no one saw this coming. No one saw this coming. From everything we have gotten, DSCC was 100% completely happy with the micro market. The operator was completely happy with the micro market. Everybody was great. And then it's all a timing issue, and I don't think DSCC's bad timing should force one of our operators to make potentially a terrible business decision because they changed their mind halfway through our bidding process.
Mr. Chair,
Frank?
what's the date? When was this facility awarded? I'm just curious.
Eons.
I know it was last fall.
October.
It was September,
The middle of
October.
November. Wasn't it?
That's a,
I said eons
We did the tour
ago.
on September 21st, I remember that. So it was out for bid then. So it would have been a few weeks after.
I've heard some news that it's almost back to where it was before COVID, but.
No, that's not true. So that building right now, 3 days a week, it's a full population, and 2 days a week it's not.
That's how it was before COVID.
Then I guess it is. I didn't know that.
Mr. Chair,
Frank?
the only thing I'll say is I don't disagree with anything anybody said. I think I kind of know what Jeff's concern is, and for the record, Mark's not doing anything wrong here. But I think Jeff is kind of looking down the road. You know, there could be somebody down the road that would try and take. It may not be the exact same situation, but if they don't want to move out of their current facility right away, kind of take this.
Well, that's, you bring up
But-
Mark's
But
spot.
we have a really unusual situation here. Not a good situation either. And then the other thing I will add to this discussion is, I agree, we should probably fight to keep that space, win or lose. Hopefully we win. I do know it's probably a 50-50 proposition, but it will take a lot of time. So for, if we have to go the arbitration route, it will take a long time. So that doesn't necessarily help, the incoming operator. I mean, it would be okay for probably 5, 6, 7 years, but who knows what happens then. But anyway, I'm one of the people, I believe, in I think the local selection panel has the most knowledge in this situation, and but they have asked us to weigh in, and at some point, I think we are probably going to have to ask them to make a decision. Is that time of the day? I don't think so. I think this just happened in the fall, but at some point, some decision. And like everybody, I think a bunch of people around this table have said, if we wait on the SCC, we could be here 10, 5 years, whatever. They may never make a decision. So anyway, I'll just leave it at that.
Mr. Chair, did I misunderstand the whole thing that the local committee just wants some input on what everybody defines as a reasonable amount of time?
Yep.
I'm not sure that we ever got anything specific like that.
I don't even know what it is.
Mr. Chair, what is the attorney, where are we at with the attorney looking into this?
So, Mr. Chair, this is Kristen. Attorneys into what? Into the whole
Into
selection
looking-
process or into DSCC?
The DSCC.
Okay, so here's DSCC. This is my take on DSCC. We've been asking for a permit for years, since you were there. I know you guys think that they're out there looking for a vendor and all that. It's the government, it's the military. They work very slow. I'm not trying to make excuses for them, but I don't think that they have gone and coached people or expressed it. I think where Terry Smith is, and I'm not gonna totally speak for him, and where we're at and where he thinks that we might lose or whatnot. I think what we can do, but we need to decide as a group right now, what they do with the military and any type of opportunity, whether it's troop dining or any opportunity, we can put a formal notice to them and say, before you put an RFP out, you come to us and we would like to directly negotiate with you to provide you what you're asking for. At this point, they've not provided an RFP. We've asked for a statement of work even. They do want hot food. Now,
They haven't provided that in writing.
They have not provided that in writing. So I do think that you hear these things where, and it depends on who you're talking to during the day. Oh yeah, by August, like they throw out, and who knows who's saying it? Like people that don't have the power to make these decisions or choices are saying these things. They want hot food to provide to their people. Now, our thing is, so, I get the idea of we need to stand our ground and, I don't know if it's squatters' rights or not. I think what we need to do is say to them, we would like to keep this micro market in here, but what hot food would you like? And maybe we can either, the operator provides that, and what they want, they don't want microwave stuff, John, I know, they don't want that. We partner with Fuda, which I know not everyone likes, but I think it's the best of both worlds. I don't think you lose money, John. You don't have to pay out anything. They get their hot food and then they can buy the chips in the pot with you and there's no wages. However, that's the controversy here too. You're being tempted and the permanent, that's the other quandary here. And if Fuda keeps us in that space and prevents us from being booted up, that we've got to weigh that too. I don't think we have the ability to say, we're going to be here in a micro market. We're not giving you any hot food options, and you can take us to arbitration. I mean, we could say that, but I don't know that that puts us on the strongest footing. What's frustrating, and I totally get it, totally, is we don't have a clear definition of what they want, and it's frustrating. And Sarah's worked hard, and Sally has worked hard, and I think part of it is because they don't know from day to day exactly what they want. And that's the difficulty too. But I think that we can still continue to put pressure on them. I think we can try at least the FUDA buys us time, and maybe the FUDA will satisfy it. Because I do think, I don't know, the other thing is that, and this is a gamble, we don't want to put all our hands on this, is that say, you know, fine, go out and find someone. I don't think someone would last, another entity, a private entity. Again, it's only 3 days a week. But I do think that there's also money to be made, because money's being made right now. So it's a balance.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair. Christie, you have your marching orders. I think that is the move to make. Whatever we have to do to stay in that space, the least amount of, if that's where you want to go, using FUTA, whatever it is, present Mark with some of these ideas, maybe he'll be comfortable with it, that kind of thing. That's where I have to go. But the key is to stay in the prime real estate of that building, keeping competition out. It's just a no-brainer. That's what you want.
Mr. Chair.
John,
So a couple of things. FUTA was actually supposed to come in there last month, and they're still not there yet. I haven't even talked to them about it. And in regard to the RFP, one of the groups that was at the NABM thing was saying who were the people that Lenny worked with when he first started. And I was talking to Sally about this earlier, actually. I would like to, since I'm in the building and can actually do this, and I'm not suggesting I do this permanently, I'm just asking for me to talk to them so that when the RFP comes up, we're ready to invite them to come and talk and see what's out there and see whether it's feasible for us to put food in there.
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair.
oh, we had Seth, and then you, Yvette.
Okay, go ahead.
Christie, to your point, you're going to arbitration and all that, obviously, that's the last resort. But you think that doesn't put us on a good foot. But how much worse of a foot is that than we're on right now in dealing with the SEC, in all honesty?
Well, right now, we're still in the space. We're still, our temp operator's making a lot of money right now.
Which they would be if we went to arbitration also.
Well,
That's what I'm sorry.
I don't know. They want hot food. So either we're gonna provide some sort of hot food in some means. Where I say that I don't think we're in good footing is if we take the position of, we're staying here and we're not providing you anything what you want because we don't think it's profitable. That's where we get into a little tricky spot. One, we can't prove that it's not profitable. We think it might not be profitable. We don't know, because we're making a lot of money right now, and there's a need. So it's that balance. But I don't want to go to the third floor. I want a piece of this. But we've got to be able to offer them something.
Mr. Chair, you can do breakfast there at that location 3 days a week. I mean, you can do breakfast pretty cheap and make a whole bunch of money. I mean, if you just want to go there. But starting with FUTA, see where that goes. If not, by then, whoever, if he's comfortable with that, the key is staying there. And I agree with Christie. You have to offer them something. You have to negotiate with them, get them to be satisfied with some kind of hot food going in there. And, but this is not going to work. You're making money now, and you're only offering pre-packaged sandwiches. Just imagine what you'll make if you offer some hot food.
I've offered.
If you're doing hot food and not warming up stuff in the oven, if you're actually cooking some fresh, we can make our own.
Good
biscuits.
Lord. Hey, you guys, was Seth you next? I
already went, sir.
I think we were discussing whether to make Mark make a decision, not how to run a location.
Mr. Chair, I just want to point out, that's the only concern I have with postponing having a decision made. All of this discussion about the hot food, whether FUTA comes in, whether you partner with a teaming partner, all of that needs to be made by a permanent operator. And that's the only part that I do have concern with. John, the good businessman, John has no business making those decisions to agree to anything, making those decisions and agreeing to that with the base that we're going to continue to provide this when he may not be the permanent operator next month.
I'm being forced.
I
No,
understand
well,
that.
no,
I
not
understand
necessarily.
that. So that's the only harm that's happening, and it could potentially be a big harm.
Mr. Chair, John, be fair about it, you're not being forced to do anything. You can leave that facility anytime you
No,
want.
I don't have a problem doing it, but I still have to put food in there, and as a temp operator, I'm not sure that I should be able to do that, but I am, but I will do it if I have to.
That's
And Mr. Chair, Annette is absolutely right. It's difficult to make these decisions about this facility without a permanent operator. I mean, if Mark really does have the right to make a decision about the facility as it was offered to him, what right do we have to alter the facility?
Right.
I mean, that really is the crux of the matter in this whole thing.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
I agree with most of that, but I don't think that's the crux of the matter, because if he wanted the facility, he could accept it at any time. So I think same with telling John, he can leave the facility at any time. Mark can take the facility at any time.
You know, I don't think the SECs have much luck getting hot food in there, period. And they always want us to do a little more. They did that to Yvette. And that's how they operate. They just end up getting us to do more, and when they might not necessarily need it.
And Mr. Chair.
So you're speaking to exactly the concern that we have, because Mark, that's what Mark is scared of, and that's why he won't make a decision. And he's just gonna, and if he takes it, he's gonna take in the same thing.
Yep.
So because of that, he should make a decision. Because
Well,
nothing's gonna change.
Mr. Chair, that's why a contract is needed that's clear and precise on what we will do and will not do. If we did present some hot food to them, if Mark got a teaming partner, and has anybody suggested that to Mark to do some type of hot food? If there was an option for him to team up with somebody, I know the Bureau can't be directly involved. Would he be willing?
Can we go back,
to do
defer it
that?
back to you guys and
But,
Local selection.
that's the whole thing. We shouldn't, there is options.
was it,
It
Frank?
was me. The only thing I was gonna add, Mr. Chair, is that, they keep, and I understand that we've all heard loud and clear they want hot food. My question is, are they gonna be willing to pay for it? Because it's probably not gonna be at the prices they think it's
No,
going to be.
they don't want to pay nothing. Yeah, that's why there's no one there.
Food is $12 today.
Did we say we were going to defer this back to local committee?
Well,
You haven't seen it.
No?
Derek said he got the information.
yeah, it was just, they were just looking for information, so there's really
Is there-
nothing for us to do today.
Is there anything else we can talk about?
Mr. Chair.
I do have one other item before we.
That would like,
Let me hit up Seth. Go
Well,
ahead.
actually, it's a new item also, but it's about bidding. There's a site attachment that's coming open at UC that hasn't been put out yet, but the operator in it has already started the motion to put the site out for attachment. Under the Rule 3A, a proposed site, which this will be a proposed site attachment, can the committee therefore decide that once all the information is out for this particular site attachment, it can go ahead and be posted?
I don't even understand that question.
So,
Let
What
me,
site is it?
I believe.
So maybe it was over my
Mr. Chair, if I may,
public
Seth, is it the
school.
Fishwick
Yes.
building? This Fishwick building is David, Seth, do you care about it?
Mr. Chair, it's actually just a building that's off campus, and it's out of the way for me. As a courtesy, UC provided some storage at that location. I no longer want to service the pop machine and the combo machine that's there because they don't make enough money. But if Seth actually has storage there, it'll be worth going to. So I already approached Tanya and asked her if I could take this off of my route. I've already submitted some sales for the one machine. I got to get her the sales for the rest of it. So
Gotcha.
at that point, then it would have to come back before the committee. So I think Seth's trying to speed things along and get approval to put this out for bid.
once Tanya gets all the information. The two
Oh,
machines at Fishwick
are
is
you
a site
asking
attachment.
if we should put it out for bid as a site attachment?
once Tanya gets all the information, yes.
Yeah, and I believe it should go out. That's what I told Tanya. when
Sounds
she
about
asked me
right,
how-
doesn't it?
Mr. Chair, Tanya asked me she wanted, how she was supposed to proceed. I said it has to go out as a side attachment. So,
Mr. Chair, it actually sounds like they already made the deal.
Oh, it's not a deal, it's still gotta go out for
I
site.
understand what you're saying, but I'm saying, y'all agree what you wanna do, and then bring it to the committee. Is that the proper procedure?
Yeah, that's what they're doing.
Yeah,
Okay, that's what my question is. Thank you.
yeah.
Well,
Well, Mr. Chair, for the record, there's no money in this facility. Not really. There might be a couple dollars. But it's more of a storage area for Seth, so.
Well, under the DUC agreement, if a machine doesn't make $100 per semester, we can remove the machine, and it's well below
Wow.
that threshold. So
Wow.
it's literally, I would rather just pull the
Pull it.
machine, but Seth has storage there, so if he would bid on it, he said he would, then,
Okay.
you know.
What do we do in a situation? Can we just agree to put it out?
Sounds like a proposed site to me. So why can't we make a decision on it today?
I move that we, when the numbers are ready and the announcement is prepared, that we place that, what's it called, Seth? Fishwick UC building out as a site attachment.
Locked.
All right. Annette and Frank. You get that, Chris?
Let's see.
Locked. Released.
Got it.
Got it.
Fishwick site attachment and that. Okay.
And then
Frank.
Okay, Frank,
Sorry about that.
Annette,
Yes.
Mark,
Yeah.
Dave, Keith,
Yeah.
Derek,
Yes.
and I'm yes as well.
Passed
Mr.
unanimously.
I want to find out how much time does Seth get to make a decision?
Oh, man, too soon.
For the rules, it's up to the local committee.
Is Frank, you have something?
I had one other item, and I wanted to ask Sally and Dave. Mel Arnold called me the other day, and I know he's not asking for new equipment, but he was asking if, and I think the one thing he needs fixed may be expensive as well, but he was asking if, I think, parts could be taken off of, I don't know, I think it's a steam table or something like that. Well, I think there's two down there, but one is completely out, and then the other one is, I think he told me the other day, only 2 out of the 6 wells were working. And he was asking on the one that was messed up, there was a part on the, I guess the one that's not working, if they could take a part off of that to put on the other one and see if we could get it working without it costing a ton of money. And then his other question was, and not being mean, he said, and I was talking to him, I said, well, you know, facilities open and up and running, we do need to support it. I said, I know we don't have, and I'm not asking, for $1 million or anything. He said, or if they have another plan, he said, if they would just share their long-term plan with me. So I just wanted to bring that up and see. And Sally, it may be easier if you and I and Dave get on a call, and Tanya, when she's back, get on a call with him and see if we can't come up with a couple different solutions to try and see what we need to do without having to spend, you know, so much money. Because I think one of those units, the problem with one of the units, I think it's maybe one or both, they're built into the wall down there. I don't understand why that was done. And I was told to call and ask somebody from back in the 90s. I mean, she was just teasing me, but I don't want to talk to that person.
Mr. Chair?
Sally?
Frank, yes, I'm fine if we take a part off one and.
Well, if it'll work.
Yeah.
We don't even know if that'll work, but.
I know it was like $16,000 to remove and replace.
Ooh. Yeah, that's.
I'll do it.
So I'd say try the part first.
Yeah.
But yeah, we can talk further.
Yeah, if we could just get him some help there and get that.
I hear something from the
Find
telephone.
a solution somewhere, sometime.
Somebody turn to speak.
Oh, I think somebody's talking with their phone
I had
on.
one more quick question then. Can
I have a quick comment.
put
All right, we'll
on
get you in a sec.
The new seniority list with the changes from, that we voted on at the last meeting, so that operators can see that those have been taken care of.
Mr. Chair.
The updated, not new, I guess it's not new seniority list, updated seniority list is kind of better.
Yeah, we can get that sent out.
Cool. Scott?
So back to the previous discussion that I was trying to comment on. I put the service ticket in for Mel twice. CPS has come out and said it's unrepairable, equipment's so old. And then Mel called me after they were already there and said, hey, can you get CPS back out here? Because I got this other steam table, it's a 2-well steam table. I think they can take parts off of this, put it on the other one. And CPS has says, no, we're not coming back out. They're refusing service because of the age of the equipment. They don't think that what Mel wants to do is possible. I can tell you after talking to Mel, these are inserts, certain steam table inserts where the actual unit's set inside of the table that's sitting there. That's what this is. It's not a whole bunch, I mean, it's money, but it's not like it's 20 grand to get it fixed. Or at least to get those inserts replaced. And that's my comment.
Mr. Chair, Scott, you said you don't think it's quite that bad. Do you have any
Suggestion.
Do you have any idea or any ballpark idea off the top of your head? I'm not trying to put you on the spot. If you don't know, that's fine.
I think Mel said that each insert from what CPS said would be about 3 grand. Without knowing the dimensions of the actual, of the table that we're trying to put the insert back into, it's hard for me to really judge, but that's the challenge. And I can work with Tanya and go down there and try to see what the options are. I mean, there's other things we can do too. We can put portable steam wells on top and give those to him to work off of. He did say the facility's only doing about 600 a day, so it's not super high volume or creating a whole bunch of service charge, but you know, he feels like it's necessary for him to be viable as a restaurant to serve breakfast out of a steam table. I mean, right now he has 6 wells, only 4 of them are working. And that's the problem, and the parts are not available because these inserts were bought in 1998, which is very good.
That's not that long ago.
Well, the company that made them is still around, because I looked at that too. You can still buy the branded ones, but I'm sure the technology and everything else is advanced to the point where,
Is that 7 days a week?
no. You know,
Jeez, that
portable
sounds like a
wells
lot
may
of
not work
work.
either if you didn't have 110, those are probably all running off at 230. So that may not even be an option either. But without seeing the facility, I really can't come up with anything definitive on a solution for them.
Okay. Well,
But there are other options. I mean, you have a well that's basically called a hotel size pan. You can put hotel size pans of all different sizes to carry different products. You can have all the way up to 9 different pans size. They're small, but you can have 1/9 size pans with a grid that they sit into. But you can do 1/3 size pans that are as deep that will hold the same amount as 2-inch hotel pan. Those are the options there. He says that's sort of what they're doing, but he's not happy with that solution. So, and that's my comment on Mel Arnold.
Mr. Chair, thank you, Scott. Thank you, Kelly. But my goal here today was to at least get the discussion started and figure out exactly what we need to, what we can do down there fiscally, responsibly, and help him at the same time.
Oh, I will make one more comment. Usually when you have comment like this in the restaurant industry, when these things start failing, it's just a matter of time till the bomb goes off and they all stop working.
That's right.
Then we will be in a bit of a, then we'll have problems.
Right.
He might need
Because one
another
unit's already
solution.
down, correct?
2
Yeah,
units.
two of
the
there are
6.
there are 2 3-well tables, and each one I think has one of the wells that have already died. The heating element's gone in. These are electric, they're not gas. If they were gas, they'd probably still be working. And that's all I have. I promise.
Thank you. Thanks, Scott.
And you guys all look great on video.
Hi, Scott.
One big happy bunch.
What he's really saying is he doesn't.
He saw who
Keep
was,
looking at Derek.
he saw who was
Keep
sleeping.
looking at Derek's naked ankles.
Woo, baby.
There they are.
Naked ankles.
D to the Z to the ankle.
It's D from the Z,
Okay.
I can't believe Scott gave up our secret.
I'm glad Scott has that view.
Hey, Theo.
I'm just glad
I
it's
think
not warm enough for shorts.
I think.
Nice.
Okay. Can we?
Yeah, I moved to
call-
adjourn.
Thank you, guys.
Mr. Chair.
All right. Oh, you,
That was Annette, Frank?
hold on, I think before we
Wait a second.
move it though, I think
I was just gonna ask Sally, just for, with all we're doing now with site attachments and everything with the full committee, I don't think we need names, but once something's put out, once it's awarded, or if it's not awarded, could that be included in your monthly email?
Sure.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
That's all I have.
All right, adjourn. Yes.
Thanks, you guys.
All right.